Rules. That makes for fun, entertaining television. Alright, get the stream going. Pull up my Matrix rules, cheat sheets, and whatnot. Oh, I probably need to
The
read one
rules.
that says what you're doing today.
Are you ready, wankers?
See, I think it's just gonna be you and Whisper here, and then Bobby's gonna join us in a minute. He's putting his daughter to bed.
Hmm.
And
What's
then,
up, Whisper?
how long did you think you were gonna be here for? Are you gonna be here for the whole
It
thing?
doesn't matter to me. It's my day off.
Okay, I thought the way you posted, I didn't know if you were gonna be able to stay for the whole thing. So.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, I have a game at 6 normally on Wednesdays now,
Oh.
but they canceled, so I'm good.
Okay. All right then. Then I will probably save a spot for readout. I told him he could play, but he's at work because specific standard time. So.
But people need to learn, so I can always make room for someone.
Sure. Well, the big thing I would probably, hopefully, is if we get anybody in Twitch and stuff like that, we'll try to take the time to answer their questions and do that sort of
Oh,
thing.
Twitch.
So, if anyone watches us do this, some people have already done this run.
I like watching corporate sins, whether other people like it or not. I like it. I totally binge watched the whole season,
Good.
or not season, but whatever.
I should give it another try. I often don't get any things on the first try, but 2 or 3 tries into it, I usually start liking it more. So.
I'm Cromwell, a British butler.
Yes. I didn't save Saul's picture, so Saul is his Matrix avatar or persona is gonna look like Tron Swanson. I assume Whisper's good with that. Whisper is silent.
I'm chewing on dinner.
Oh, I understand. I just got through with that as well. Okay. So what we're going to start off with, let me give you the gist of what's going on. A little intro here is you were told that your meat was going to be in the Matrix. It is on a host on the Renraku grid. Lovely grid. Saul and Toasty, you both have medium lifestyles. You probably spend most of your days on the Emerald City grid. The Emerald City grid is, of all the grids, relatively unsculpted. It's pretty low on flare. It looks mostly like Seattle, sort of. But hosts fly in the sky. The smaller ones usually being lower to the ground, and always when you look up, you see all the logos for the Big Ten hosts, the global grids. That you can choose and try to jump to there. Of course, naturally, Neonet's logo is a little bit bigger because they are the ones who run the Emerald City Grid on the back end. And the Emerald City Grid has gets its name because it has a green and crystalline green accents everywhere. The sky itself has a green tint to it, and it otherwise looks mostly familiar to users. The access icon for the Emerald City grid before you log in is the Space Needle surrounded by a translucent globe with the word Seattle spinning at the equator. So, because you are on the local grid here for the Emerald City grid, you're probably going to need to do a grid hop in order to get into this host. The host that you have been sent an invite to is solely on the Renraku, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, Okoku? Okay, you? You may have a better pronunciation? Alright. Anyway, it's on their global grid. When you look in the sky, the access icon is a red Patagoa that revolves in the sky, welcoming users to the Renraku global grid. So, the normal way a hacker might get to a different grid, if you would like, is to do the grid hop action. And that is when you hack a grid and then jump over to it. Downside is that often starts your Overwatch score, because it is an illegal action. But it is a good way to jump over there if you don't want to do it legally, or if you don't have a subscription to it. High Lifestyles obviously would have a subscription to one of the big 10, and a Luxury Lifestyle will have subscription to all of them. So there are some other ways though to get to the Renraku grid that you as professional hackers would know. One way that's specific to the flavor of Renraku is they do explore visas, and these can be requested and then you can go visit the grid. It limits the host that you can get into, but it is one option for doing that legally. Another option is that if you purchase a brand new Renraku brand comlink, you will get 1 month free to go hang out on the Renraku global grid. You have a preference for how you would like to get there? Yeah? Toasty, how do you want to get to the Renraku grid?
Well, considering I have no clear monetary amount, I will have to grid hop.
You, sorry, yes, for you two, I gave you guys both NPC sheets. I didn't completely finish them, and you do have money if you would like to go buy a lovely new Renraku Sensei.
If I have 700 yen, I will go buy a Renraku Sensei. So, oh, it's 1,000. A Gucci. Can you get it with the rating 1 comlink?
You could probably find a fluffed rating run, like Metalink but Renraku version, right? I bet that's out there.
Yeah, they have a Renraku Gucci, which is 100 new yen.
Well, there you go.
I will order one online.
Okay.
And then get my invitation code with it.
And have it delivered via drone. Meanwhile, Stahl is having a good time in his new Coco taxi that just got delivered today. Seems very excited about that. Are you going to be hacking from your Coco taxi, or are you just sitting in it enjoying it? Probably still eating. He has no time for this.
All will hack from the local taxi.
So yes, for the lovely flop, you can grab a comlink. I assume Stall is going to do something similar. You wanted to grid hop and start the Overwatch timer. It is a meat, and Overwatch does accumulate slowly, especially if you have the lovely program that slows it down even more.
Well, I will log on to the Renraku grid and swag up to the host.
Alright. So, Renraku, as I said, was a red Patagoa, and you click on that and go inside. Renraku has a lovely new brand philosophy called Home and Heart, and they have sculpted their grid to resemble idealized versions of villages all around the world. So beautiful grass huts of Polynesia flow into perfect slices of small town America, which is where you're at. The hosts themselves have adopted this as well, so they blend in better, and they are sculpted to look like shops, homes, and attractions, all with a local flavor depending on where you're at. For you, you're in Seattle, so it has a very Americana feel to it, and the house that you saddle on up to looks like an old-time saloon. It's even got the lovely swinging doors, and it is actually sending out invite marks because it's a public host.
Toast looks like a large red-headed man with a Manchester United shirt, his face painted red, and he's got shorts on and soccer shoes.
Interestingly enough, your host, or your outfit, doesn't match the decor. When you take the mark and you put a mark on the host and go inside, everyone else has really adopted this almost Kung Fu theater look. Some people are dressed up and actually carrying swords, their avatars or their personas are. Other people actually have like 6-shooters and pistols. Otherwise, the host itself has been sculpted for easy usability. It looks like a big style saloon with tables in the front. People are sitting there playing pokers. There's a bar off to one side and a bartender with a big burly mustache and his sleeves all rolled up. The And whenever you go inside, you do get this little prompt that shows up that says, you are not matching the dress code that the host is trying to enforce in this place.
He will yell at this. He'll be like, "Frag off, you winkers!"
The agent will respond, "I'm sorry, I do not understand this this question. Please change your attire to match the host." Yeah.
He looks kind of upset as he changes to a saloon hat and a duster, but it is red and it has Manchester United's symbol on it.
Okay. You do a quick change icon. It's a simple program. Stall, are you ready to join the scene? Are you joining in the host?
We're gonna hop the grid.
You're gonna hop the grid, alright. Alright, so you have two options for hopping the grid. You can do your good old hack on the fly or brute force. For my own simplicity, I kept your guys' sheet the same. If you're running Hot Sim, you get an extra 2 dice. So, let me pull up your sheet really quick here. You start with a base of 12, assuming you're running Hot Sim and not Silent. It's going to go up to 14, and then you also have Code Slinger, Hack on the Fly, so it'll be 16 dice. Ooh, alright then. Alright. So you get a mark on the grid, and you hop it. Your Overwatch timer has started. You're going to slowly accumulate Overwatch, so you better hope this meat is fast. There is actually a program that you can use to help do this. As I slowly look it up and make a
Fly on the
It's
wall.
called Fly on the Wall.
Yeah, and Fly on the Wall is already in your program carrier. You also can use Baby Monitor loaded up as a way to monitor your Overwatch as it continually goes up and up and up.
First, I will find the host.
Okay. You did essentially have the location, so you can find the swinging doors of saloons just after good old Toast here is gone inside. Enter it yourself. What are you dressed as?
Wow, what am I dressed at? What would Stall dress at? How do you envision Stall being?
Oh, I don't know, man. That's up to you. He does seem an eccentric neo-anarchist, but the host agent is telling you that you're not, or there is a dress code here. Something cowboyish.
Well, then Stall will fit in. He will accept the sculpting of the host.
All
He'll
right.
just use the default icon or persona.
An agent walks over and hands you a coat and a hat, and you slap it on.
Yep.
Do that. It also provides you with a pair of cowboy boots that are slightly too big. You can adjust your icons so that they fit more appropriately. Clearly some type of orc or somebody was in them previously.
Okay.
Alright. And as you go to Meteor Johnson, who you were sent a picture of her persona. She is, you walk over to the saloon and sit down at one of the card tables, where there is oddly enough, a kimono-clad samurai who is now, similar to how Stahl went about things, is now just wearing a hat and a duster over a kimono. Having just might kind of been enforced to the dress code of the host, but without putting a whole lot of effort to it themselves. Andrew Johnson will greet you and explain that her name is Miss Day and that she has a job for you. There should be 3 of you, but I see one is missing right now. But no matter. Go ahead and have a seat, and as you sit down, she starts dealing out a round of poker. She will tell you, I represent a faction that is looking to move some money around. And particularly, we want to make this money look more legit, and we are wanting to persuade a financial consultant to do this for us. As we've agreed up front, the total pay will be 5,000 Nuyen. I will provide half when the first part of the job is done, and the other half when the second part of the job is done. The first part we need is some blackmail material in order to make sure that this hedge fund manager for Brackenhaven Investments cleans the money that we are going to provide him with. I'm not too concerned on whether or not the blackmail material is real, just as long as it's convincing. Once you've done that and gathered me what I need, then we will do a second part. We're going to give him a small sum of money. We expect him to clean it. And once he does, just to prove that he's going to do what we ask him. And while we're waiting for him to do that, we want you just to monitor him and stop him if he's doing anything that seems like it would compromise our situation.
What's our cut?
Again, I was going to offer your fees 5,000 unit each, half when the blackmail material job is done, and half whenever you've completed or finished surveilling him to make sure that he's not going to cause any problems. Is there any other questions?
I was muted. I said, he would probably say, "Well, that's lovely, Miss J," and he would yell over to the guy behind the bar, and he'd be like, "Hey, you over there, get me a beer."
The guy behind the bar rolls his eyes, and then you see him pour a big beer. It's a giant, like almost a growler size container. Into a glass, and then he hands it to a winch. Winches are pirates. That makes no sense. Whatever, you know what I mean. a lovely busty woman who then brings it over to you.
I accept it, and then I'm like, and I look at her and I say, "Now piss off!"
Oh, she looks frowning at you for a minute, cocks her head to the side, and then walks away. This entire place has sawdust on the floor, and that covers up a little bit of the smell of like cigar smoke that's lingering here and there. And your Johnson beats you at poker.
Yeah, I'm not interested in poker too much.
Okay. She continues to deal out another hand, almost more of just like a cover action than like she's really interested in playing.
And so Brackenhaven Investments, eh?
Yes.
Aren't they pretty high up there?
Oh, I mean that's why we're hiring professionals to deal with them.
Professionals.
Your fixers recommended you as some of the best in Seattle.
I look at the other
Stall.
person at the table. Does his icon look familiar?
Yes, we're gonna say yes. You've worked with Stall before, on some jobs doing data steals and whatnot.
I'll be like, well, it seems doable. Any other information on the host that you got?
There's no need to do I don't understand your question. There's nothing involving a host here. All you need to do is actually monitor the person in real life. Find me some blackmail material, or create some, as long as it's believable. We'll confront him then, and give him a small amount of money to clean. You make sure that he cleans it, and then come back.
So, so you a meat run, eh? I thought that with all the hubbub in the Matrix here, that we would be taking care of this here.
No, we simply need you to do a normal job.
I don't have a problem with it.
Meanwhile, your teammate there, who was just sitting there a minute ago, it seems is going to try to disappear and just switches to running silent. Poof.
So I'll look at her and be like, if he's out, then I get 10K and 10K, right?
Yes, his picture assured me that he would be in for a job like this, but he has seemingly disappeared. Before I forget, I'm gonna roll the 6 dice for your grid hop.
He'll be like, he'll guzzle his beer, his digital beer, and
Alright. You guzzle your beer. Stall as you hide around the room just looking fascinated, sneaking around in here. There are people who are smoking cigars and playing cards. There's another group who are doing a hoedown off in a back room with loud country music from a different age. There's a variety of people drinking or smoking or other such sim-synths in different corners. There's a few shadowy deals similar to the one you're in. Alright, so you can absolutely get a mark on Toasty. We will jump on into that. We pull up your configurations here. So if you want to get a mark on Toasty, it's going to be hacking plus logic. You may want to reconfigure your deck so that sleaze is a little higher.
considering I am with a default layout, I have not changed yet.
Okay.
Because I have not said I changed it.
Sure.
That would be 2 firewall.
If you want, I'll move all these icons here. You can, if you guys want to put your layout on the screen, you can. It's up to you if it makes it easier. Otherwise, we can go ahead and do that. Since Stall is running silent, he's going to take a -2 for being sneaksies.
I am not sneakies.
No, you're not sneakies. So you're going to roll your hacking plus logic, which is going to be 12 dice, and then you also have code slingers, so it'll be 14 dice.
-2, so back to 12.
Well, I guess that's a good question. I forgot to ask you this when we started. What mode are you in? You can be an AR, hot sim, or cold sim.
Hot sim.
Alright, if you're in hot sim, then you don't need to take the -2 because your hot sim gives you a +2 and it cancels each other out. So running silent and hot sim cancel each other out. It's just going to be 14d6 for your skill level and your hack on the fly. Code slinger quality, excuse me. Alright. To defend against this Mr. Toasty, You are going to need to drop your intuition plus your firewall.
I don't get the +2 for VR as a defense test, do I?
I believe not. I believe that's a skill test. So make me if I'm wrong.
Take a mark.
Alright. You have no idea what happened. But
I'm guzzling my beer.
the upside now, Stall, you see Toasty wherever he goes. He cannot hide from you in the Matrix.
And I was trying.
Meanwhile, good. Sir?
Stahl sends a message to his partner that's trying to backstab him. Says, "You know I'm still here."
He Toasty looks around. He's like, and he sends a message back. Then he's like, "Where'd you go?"
You can do a matrix perception if you want to look for
I
it.
can do a matrix. What? Eh.
It'll be your computer plus your intuition. Your limit is your data processing. So if you want to rearrange your deck with a free action, you can.
He'd probably just say, "We're at a meet. Why'd you leave the meet, man? We're not on the run yet."
Alright. Meanwhile, Funky Town logs in the Matrix, late as always. Funky Town, what is your lifestyle? Are you here with us?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
I will.
Medium
Go ahead.
lifestyle.
You got a medium lifestyle? Alright, then you will technically be on the Emerald Grid. It is a lovely, lowly sculpted grid with a green sky. Its icon is the Space Needle, and you log in. Your meet is on the Renraku global grid. So you have a couple options to get there, as I described earlier. You can grid hop, which is the hacky way to do it, the illegal way to do it. Your other options include buying a Renraku Comlink, which will give you 1 free month of global grid subscription, or you can buy a visitor pass to test out the grid and explore it.
Funky Town probably, when he heard about the job and got it and knew that he would have to be on the Renraku grid, he probably weighed all these options, and being the safe kind of person that he is, he probably went down and got a cheap Renraku comlink that he could get so he could get over there legitimately.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I will give you the description for the Renraku grid in case you've not read it in Data Trails. The Renraku grid is this red Patagoa that resolves in the sky, and it's very welcoming. You click on that and go in after signing up for your new subscription with your new comlink. This is tied to a SIN, so be careful how you use it.
Oh yeah.
Your second thing, see. You did hack on the fly, but Toasty got 0 hits, and the Overwatch increases by your hits. So his defense stank. Yeah, so your Overwatch for that will not increase. Whisper. Sleepy Stall. I'm gonna do that all night. Funky Town. So the Renraku grid, Renraku particularly has a new brand philosophy called Home and Heart. And all of the grid is sculpted in these beautiful little idealized versions of whatever area they're in. For yours particularly, it's like small town Americana. I think a great way to think of it is like 1950s picket fences and potentially like the Stepford world. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever seen the Stepford Wives? Everything's little and perfect and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you're at right now. When you go from the grid and you log into, you go find this host that you need, it floats just a little bit above the space. Yeah, but it looks like a big saloon. It's got swinging doors and everything, so it's inviting marks. So you just go ahead and put your mark on that host, enter the doors, as it's a public host, and look around, and there's a saloon, there's a guy serving beer, and he's got a big burly mustache, and there's people playing cards, and there is your Johnson that was there, who the rest of your team has already met with. She is dressed in a like samurai style outfit, and over that is a duster and a hat. When you come in, depending on what your icon looks like, there's going to be an agent that walks up to you and explains to you that you're not wearing the proper dress attire, and clearly the host is enforcing a look of, Western style attire.
He says, "Oh, okay, I guess," because he looks down and he's wearing like his typical, you know, business, business avatar, business persona look, and he says, "Okay, sure. Let me see what I can find out." And he quickly searches for to download a persona look that is like probably some cheesy Western theme.
Okay. So, as you've looked around, there's people you know only by reputation, but you've never met. There is a red-headed gentleman wearing it looks like used duster over there, who you would recognize as Toast. Louis told you that he was going to be on this job. And then, unseen to you, that's it. That's the only persona you really see that you would recognize. Otherwise, there's several dozen different people playing cards or drinking or dancing to some Western music off in a corner.
Well, Funky Town sees Toast and says, "Hey, Toast, right? Toast.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Funky Town here. You can call me Funk if you'd like. I guess I'm supposed to be here. I think I'm a little bit late."
It's cool. Have a seat. Fancy a beer?
Yeah, of course.
I whistle across the room to the
Lovely serving woman.
bartender again, and spin my finger up in the air and point at him and me.
Okay, you can do that. Also for you guys too, I gave the pre-made sheets too. We're gonna assume that you have access to any other programs that you would want. I just didn't want to add them all to the sheet.
Oh,
If you have any,
well, that makes a big difference.
yeah, if you have any different programs or something, we will talk about those. I'm just trying to keep things simple to start with. So, but I add the ones I did add to the sheet were the ones that I really want to talk about because they're some of the fun, creative ones that you can use it. Don't add obvious benefit, right? There's definitely ones that give you bonuses to doing this action or that action, or raise your defense and things like that. But the programs that specifically I give you are ones that sometimes people don't know how they work, or they're not necessarily mechanically clear, like Bootstrap, which is a fantastic program, but it's kind of a, hey, you can do anything with it if you can think of it, and the GM will let you. And then Fork is one that gets used a lot in Cyber Combat, so we'll play with that one later. But yes, if there's another program that you know of that you would like to pretend you have, you absolutely can do that. Alright, so Funky Town.
Hey, Funky, why are you sitting on me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I get up and look around.
Alright, go ahead and do it. You look around just with your matrix eyes. You don't see anyone, and you're not sure where that voice came from. But if you want to do a matrix perception, you can look for silent running icons.
Sure, for the sake of practice, I'll do that.
Yeah. See that? I should pull up your sheet too, so I have it just in case we need it.
I'll let the Miss J know that he is a little shy.
He is in Funky Town?
He's still here. Yeah. No.
Oh, Saul?
Gosh, horrible name. Saul's still here. He's just a little shy.
Okay. So, Funky Town, are you in Hot Sim, Cold Sim, or AR?
Cold Sim.
Alright.
Funky Town doesn't mess with. He was told in his past career that Hot Sim was dangerous and you should never do it.
Hot Sim is dangerous and addictive.
Yeah, he had to go through many like training seminars and public service kind of things that warned him.
Good. So it looks like your base for computers with matrix reception is going to be... It's going to be 11 dice, if I'm reading your sheet right. You want to do computer plus intuition.
She's running silent, or he's running silent, so logic plus sleeves.
Yes, and that's going to be logic plus sleaze from Stall, who's running silent. That's his defense. Did Roll20 just break? Because I think I lost everybody off the table.
Holy crap. I'm on the table by myself, it looks like.
I think so. Roll20 was having a little bit of issue yesterday, so if we lose Roll20, if anyone has real dice, we can play it the old-fashioned way.
It looks like I'm in by myself.
I'm also in by myself.
I'll refresh to see if that helps.
I suppose as long as your dice roller works, that's fine.
I'm gonna make small talk with the Johnson and talk about the Manchester United game the other day, and tell her, you know, we're still interested in the job. We just had a little bit of a hiccup.
Can you believe Hull held them scoreless?
Say again, Stall.
Can you believe they got a draw with Hull? That's terrible.
That is terrible.
Alright.
As you're sending messages to me, or you have a invisible voice coming from nowhere.
Funky Town, you see no one, but I think Stall actually pops back out. You switch your mode from running silent?
Yes.
Alright, so your matrix perception fails, Funky Town, but then Stall suddenly appears out of nowhere. Probably right almost on top of you, or underneath you.
Oh, geez, I am really sorry. I am really sorry. That was I didn't see you there.
Miss Johnson.
That's gonna cost us money, isn't it?
Miss Johnson shakes her head and says, "This is what I get when I'm trying to look for cheaper help." And she looks at Funky Town and is like, the job is simple, and your fixer has already said you've agreed to it. What I need you to do is to find some blackmail, or make up blackmail, as long as it's convincing, I don't care, to a Mr. Goldman at Brackenhaven Investments. He's a hedge fund manager. Once you've acquired that blackmail material, provide it to me, and we're going to use it to force him to clean a bit of money for us. While we're waiting for him to do that, we want you guys to surveil him and make sure that he doesn't do anything wrong with it. Or, sorry, make any rash decisions or mistakes. Just keep tabs on him and stop him from causing us problems.
Okay, this sounds easy enough.
I'll give you half of your payment up front whenever you've provided me with the blackmail material, and the other half when you've completed the second part. Toasty, your etiquette roll is not the worst.
He calms down a little bit.
Good. So if you don't have anything more, the lovely Miss Johnson is going to smile. She is going to stand up and walk toward the doors of the saloon as if to exit the scene.
Wait. Where's our money?
Oh, we don't get it until we get the blackmail. We got the guy's name. I didn't write it down.
You did get the
Okay.
gentleman's name.
Bracket second.
Evan Goldman.
Sounds like one of those business capitalist types.
She did tell you he was a hedge fund manager.
At Brackenhaven Investments.
Yep.
Okay,
So
there's my comp code. Can we meet somewhere else?
yeah, this place is a little too old for me.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna reboot and meet you guys later. Call me.
That was So assuming you're switching to AR mode so you don't take dump shock and then logging out.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
that's part of the routine.
Yeah. If somebody's a stickler about switching interfaces, that is the option. The best way to do it.
I am still currently running legal, so I will just head there. But I will keep an eye out for anyone who might be following me in the Matrix.
Okay. Um,
Funky Town says, "Hey, wait! Before you go, where are we meeting? What?"
We got a comm code for Stall. I assume you're gonna give us a location as soon as he is ready.
Okay. I'll wait for that then. I'll get ready.
I'm ready.
So it'll technically takes to the end of the next combat turn for a reboot to happen. So yeah, about 6 seconds later, Stall pops back up and says, "I'm ready."
You got a location in mind?
Wherever you're gonna tell me it is.
All right.
I have no general knowledges.
I will. Your
On
knowledge skill is similar to your programs. If you want to pretend you have a knowledge skill, assume you have it.
I'm just like in a secure shadow host kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know exactly where one is.
There we go.
Oh, yeah?
Lead on.
Where are we going?
We're going to Rick's Bar, Morocco.
Ooh. What grid is Rick's Bar Morocco? Is it on the Moroccan national grid?
No, it's a cheap knockoff copy. It isn't part of the isn't part of the worldwide VR grid. No, it's just something in Emerald City where the locals write books about it.
Oh, okay.
Or
You shoot them a location to a host inside the Emerald City grid. Do you want to describe what the sculpting looks like inside?
it's totally a jazz and fern bar with beautiful exotic tropical woods and very highly polished brass, both as the decoration and fixtures of the bar and by the jazz band.
Does it have like those lovely style, like almost iron like lanterns that hang down and then they're all glass, like colored glass on the outside?
Yep. And it's brass fittings and glass.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Somebody has to spend a lot of time polishing, but you don't have to in the Matrix.
That's right. Everything.
You just select the polished brass. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my icon back.
What is the smell like there?
Oh, tobacco
Like
and beer.
Tobacco and beer. That seems to be a theme tonight. That's perfect. That's one of the things that I think a lot of Matrix people have given me feedback on is how visual the Matrix is, and not as visual, it's a full sim sense. So I suppose, is there Moroccan music playing as well, just a light sound?
No, but there's Moroccan decorations and sandstone walls.
Does it smell like yak in here?
No,
No.
yaks are not allowed to come in here.
Alright, perfect. So you guys can meet up there. You can even probably find a thick Moroccan coffee for your Simpsons delight. Right? 'Cause that's what people need. They always need coffee.
Walk up to what looks like a out of the way table or whatever. I pull off my shoe and I shake the sand out of it, and then I put it back on, and I'll be like, I've never been here before.
There's some personas that look slightly offended at you as you do this. Clearly you're possibly violating the etiquette of this place.
I don't think I care.
No, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll leave it up to you.
I am not trying to get money from them.
Alright, fair enough.
I will shoot them a look like frag off, and sit down and put my feet on one of the chairs. Put my feet up on one of the chairs and lean back, and kind of lean back on my chair so that it's just on the two chair legs.
Okay.
And pull out a VR cigarette and light it up.
Oh, I'd take out a cigar.
Like a small, like pencil thin cigar, or one of the nice thick ones?
Oh, it's at least 2 inches thick.
It's
Holy
not- You had to go there.
Just curious.
I was purposely not trying to be Mysterio-like. Mysterio. So as they sit down, I'll be like, so the first order of business sounds like we need to do a search on this Evan Goldman.
I think the first order of business is to find out where Funky is.
Yeah, he's showing up. He's going to be a couple minutes late because he goes. Once he gets the look where you guys are going to meet, he runs downstairs in his house and he tells his wife. He says, "Honey, I got a meeting, work called. You know, I gotta take a phone meeting. So I'm gonna be upstairs in the bedroom. Just please don't bother me. It's important. Okay." Just okay. And he runs back upstairs and then gets on, and he comes in still in his really in the persona that he had. There was the cheesy cowboy persona.
You haven't changed your icon back yet. You're still wearing the outfit.
Yeah, his icon still looks like that, and when he comes in, and assuming that probably he gets some weird looks, he becomes immediately self-conscious, looks down and switches to his suit that he would normally wear, like just a drab-looking, boring-looking business kind of icon, and assuming that would probably fit in better than the cowboy outfit.
Sure. Absolutely. Does this host have any type of dress code or anything, or is it just fairly normal reality? Can you fly in here? Is everybody walking on the ground?
In the world of detective novels, there's rooms for all kind of detectives.
Perfect.
Because the eccentricities are what makes them interesting.
This is true. Alright. So.
Okay. Well, you know, Toasty, when I, obviously, Funky Town here, I'm going to attach the minus 3.00 minute timer on him for the lead time for any meeting. He's going to get the 3 minutes ahead of the normal meeting time. It's really, I've got this widget that I just attach to everybody's contact thing. And whenever I set the time, like I say, we're going to meet at 1800, it automatically subtracts 3 minutes to the time I send to Funky.
Funky Town's gonna get all like weird, like think this guy's really weird having 7 at the end of all of his meeting times.
So I will make small talk as I run a search for Mr. Evan Goldman.
Okay.
And I'll like look at him and like, you want to help me?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which indexing method are you using?
The normal method, prick.
Well, but you want to get all you should really widen your search with the different engines and systems that you're looking into.
We don't have all day.
Well, why are you worried? You're just going to have your agent you fired off and goes off and does it.
Not all of us can afford an agent.
Well, spend a little time crafting it so you get better results. What do you think, Funky?
I mean, he looks a little embarrassed and says, "Yeah, I've got an agent too."
Yeah. We all got agents.
Okay, well,
How do we get to the job?
All right. So All right, I'll help you.
All
Oh
right.
wait, no, he doesn't have an agent. He looks embarrassed and says, "I don't have an agent."
You said we could have whatever programs you want. Agent isn't technically a program.
Funky Town's also a legit character, not an NPC. So if he doesn't have
Oh,
an
okay.
agent.
Holy moly, you might want to be getting an actual agent then.
So a benefit of an agent is you can just give it orders and it will act independently and do these things for you. So you can just, keep playing poker or reading a detective novel while it goes off and does the work. But it seems like with our current group, we're gonna do some rolling of matrix searches. The search
To be
program-
fair,
Good.
you can still perform any free actions while you are doing matrix searching.
There's not a lot of free actions you'll learn in the Matrix.
Talking,
Oh,
talking,
yeah.
sending messages.
Yeah, such
A lot of people
good.
do a matrix search and they shut down completely, and I'm like, you can send a message.
Sending a message in the Matrix is actually a simple action. If you're doing actual Matrix sending. Now, this is a fiat thing. I usually fluff because the Matrix is a full sensory thing. Is that you can still talk in the Matrix as long as your teammates
talk,
with
okay.
AR. I will give you you speaking as being a free action, just like it is in Meatspace, provided your teammates can hear you in AR, or have a sound link, something like that. But the actual sending of a DNI message would technically be a simple.
You're correct.
If you're
Even though it's a free action in the real world.
right, and
Yeah.
it's really more of if you're in that kind of situation where you're doing action economy. Otherwise, yeah, of course you can take a minute out every so often to do it. It's not a big deal.
So you are assisting. So you guys, anyone who wishes to help, may roll their search.
Sure.
I'd be happy to fix your search.
Since there's 3 of us, and we're all helping together, I think we could probably handle a 6 hour. I say a threshold 6.
So one of
'Cause
the
of the-
programs you can use for this is also Browse, which will cut your matrix search time in half. Matrix searches, another program is also the search program, which will give you 2 bonus dice to it, among other benefits. You are limited by your data processing, but it's easy enough since we're in downtime to switch around your array so that you maximize your data processing for this. And then your search time is cut shorter by the hits that you can get. Now, a lot of times that kind of goes back to that action economy and whether or not people in the scene are on a time crunch. If you're not on a time crunch, it's easy enough to just roll it and say, hey, we'll progress time till it's done, right? But it's definitely a good time then, while the decker is doing that quick matrix search, to jump over to your other members of the team, the face or somebody, if they want to do a contact roll, right? So it's a good way to take a break from one player and switch to another in a normal game.
It is a good way, especially when you're doing a baseline 12-hour search.
Yeah, exactly. And then the search is unlike the what many of the rollers will show you, but search is actually a computer plus intuition roll. So this is one of those cases where intuition comes really handy, even though computers is typically logic based. So they're also
I'm only gonna.
good.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm only gonna be able to take 6 hits, but if you want to assist for the extra limit bonus, you can stall.
Okay. And some of the other things you might do is intricate or specialized obscure data, or if it's on another grid, could become relevant. None of those are relevant to this gentleman though. And sometimes you won't necessarily find data that then is easy to harvest. You may thematically have to hack a host and go inside of it and find that data, to actually get your hands on the file. The Matrix is a little weird.
I'm going to blow an edge because I don't want to sit around here searching all day.
That's fair.
So 12 hours, 6 hours minus, let's see, 4 hits. 6 hours minus 4. That doesn't figure out right.
That's fine.
Not so great at math, but it sounds like about an hour and 20 minutes.
This is one of those times too. Again, if you're not in a time crunch, just fluff over it and keep going. Don't spend too much time on it. Even there's some things when I consider it a little more intricate, or maybe it would be hiding in a host. if it's not a big host or it's not going to make a difference to the run, let your decker buy hits, especially during legwork. If a skilled decker like all of you guys are, who's a professional, has to hack a rating 3 comlink, it's usually not worth rolling out. It's just gonna slow the game down, make the other team members sit there. Now, if it's like a rating something comlink in the middle of a 0 zone that you're trying to get and could have disastrous consequences, you might roll it out. But legwork is especially a place where you can let the decker buy hits and just fluff it over. Because even in like a rating 2 host, if you get converged on in that host and go to town, it's a rating 2 host. It's probably not going to be detrimental to your overall run, right? So don't make your Street Sam sit there bored while your decker rolls all that out. This is a good place to keep it moving. And then when you get to a bigger host or in combat, then do the rolls whenever you're focused on action economy. Alright, so you guys got the information there, and I'll throw out what some of the things you can learn from that. This is a really good spot, especially when you do matrix searches, if you have prep time as a GM, to make handouts for your decker or your matrix character, because it can be really fun for them to then translate that information in character. So instead of just using it as a way to reveal information, give them privately that information and let them act that out and roleplay it, and it kind of helps contribute to that feeling that the Matrix character really is helped with the legwork. That said, I didn't prepare a handout, so I'm going to read you what you found. So there are no digital records that obviously show anything blackmail worthy. He doesn't have a mistress, he doesn't have any obvious vices. His relationship with his wife and kids is a little strained because he spends long hours at the office. If I was to make you roll, you guys did go for the higher threshold of more limited interest and whatnot, so you can dig into it and start to figure out. This is the spot where I'll say you probably had to hack a low rating host, but between the 3 of you, you can do that no problem with little effort. You'll discover that he has been seeing a psychologist who's put him on some light anti-anxiety medications, and it looks like it's been some couples counseling with his wife. Again, that strained relationship from working too much, and no, he's just trying to get ahead, but honey, you never come home for dinner and you miss the Little League games.
Funky Town sympathizes.
Yeah.
You have meetings right when you get home.
Oh man, and he's a salaryman wage slave, right? So that mere 80 hours a week schedule they've got him on. But sometimes he brings his work home as well.
Which is why we are runners and not wage slaves.
Yeah. Some people like that. This job security is important. But it does seem that he is advancing fast there, and he has a certain amount of prestige to him. So professionally, it's really paying off. He makes a little bit more, and he's getting noticed. He's getting good marks on his reviews and stuff like that. But you guys don't find any obvious information. You will find in his purchase history that he does seem to enjoy the color black just a little too much, as well as massage oils. But you don't want to dig too much into that purchase history, I think.
It's the dark future.
The dark future.
The dark, slippery future.
The dark, slippery future. So, the next step, usually, if you can't find good evidence, is to make some.
Can I stop you for a second and ask a question?
Sure.
It's about the Matrix search. I wasn't aware that they worked that way with setting a threshold, like when you set out to. How exactly you guys were talking about, like, I want to do an X threshold search.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question.
Page 241.
Wow, look at him with the page.
Core.
In the core,
Boom.
241, there's a matrix search table, and based on the level of knowledge or depth of knowledge you want to get, gives you a threshold.
And to make also say that when you are in a host and you are doing a matrix search, looking for any information that's on it, it's a 1 minute base interval.
Mhm.
Which
That's cool. I'm glad to hear that. As a GM, that solves a lot of problems that I've always had in the past, where they're just searching forever until they find everything.
At some of
yeah, unless it's on a protected host or a offline host or something similar, then matrix search can usually get a lot of information.
Yeah. And often if you're doing runs that are missions or campaign runs, they will typically kind of list that stuff out for you so that you have an idea of where the decker needs to sort of hit in his search in order to get different levels of information. I can remember when I did the London Falling one, you know, the baseline was just to say that this guy may have been in an accident, but if you search all the way down, you'd find like the security video of him like coming out of a building with his hand bleeding or something like that, right? And so you would actually find more detailed information.
I see where my problem was. I think I always thought of matrix search as an extended test for some reason. So
it can be.
Yep.
You can make it an extended test. It's basically how much time do you have? You know, are you do you have days before the run to do a bunch of searches, or are you on a time crunch? That is how you. Yeah, it's all about time for matrix search.
Yeah. And if you were to sit down and really wanted to do this as if like your entire campaign was all about data broking, you would have them do a search and then they might crack into a host to actually get information out. And then they might do another search and find more information on another grid and jump the grid and go find it there. But in typically more of a, where it's not completely matrix centered, that's not going to be fun for everyone else, right? One of the places where I see games slow down the most is how many of you made jokes for like, I'm gonna go, the Decker's doing legwork, I'm gonna leave now, right? I'm gonna go have dinner, I'm gonna walk out of the room. So keeping that stuff moving is really beneficial to a normal game, I think. And that's where I say that the buying hits can really help with that if it's not critical or plot changing to the role. For the conversation with hosts, there also is a red box inside of data trails that will give you an idea of, depending on the size of the host, how frequently the patrol ice will come around. So
that's a cool table. I like that one.
Yeah, and one of the reason it really becomes useful is because then you can, instead of trying to count all that down and figuring out when the patrol ice come around, be like, do a data search. It's going to take you about this long. Oh, the patrol ice should come about in that time. So maybe you roll me one stealth check or two checks, you know, to try to counter the matrix perception.
Does anybody remember what page is that on? Because I was looking for that the other day.
I am digging through it now, trying to find it.
Some reason I just could not find it.
Age 86 of data trails, patrol ice.
Okay. That is a good one to know, too.
Yeah, and it's usually done 1d6 and then it's measured in combat turns. So you can try to figure out there. The fluff of it being smaller hosts have less things inside for the patrol ice to see, so it goes faster.
Yeah.
And bigger hosts, it takes longer because it has to look at all the things.
It's easier to get lost in a big host.
Yeah, and like I said, it makes it a little bit easier than if you kind of to try to finagle it of, you know, your matrix search is going to take you 15 minutes. Well, it wouldn't take that long on host. That'd be silly. Your matrix search is going to take you, I don't know, 10 combat actions. Well, this host or this patrol ice is going to come around this time, so give me 2 rolls or something like that. So yeah, it can help you figure that stuff out. Right.
So I will come out of our search and I will say, so let's narrow this down. Do you think we should blackmail him based on his family or based on his work? So we can either make him threaten his job or threaten his family.
Why stop at one?
Does his family have to be involved, you know? Like,
no, I'm saying we either make it look like he's cheating on his wife, for example, or we do something that might make him lose his job. We could do both, just takes more time.
I say we focus on see if we can find something in his job. He's a wage slave. That's near and dear to him.
Well, okay. You know, two steps and I'm a really smart person and you really screwed up there, I'll point out if you make him where he can't work or risk at work, he's not going to be able to launder money for us. Whereas if we kill his family or get rid of his family, he can still launder money for us.
I wasn't actually intending on releasing the data. I was more intending to use it as leverage.
Well, like I said, if it's a risk thing where, like, let's say we try and blackmail him and he goes, oh, go ahead and tell him. Well, if we tell his family and they leave him, we can still try again. But
I start throwing files over to him, like as hard as I can into his face, that say that he's going to meetings. He's going to therapy meetings with his wife, which means he cares about his family. He's working 80 hours a week, so he cares about his job. Which means to me that if he was going through that kind of effort and he's taking these pills and all this stuff, that sounds to me like he does not want to lose his wife or his job, which is why I came up with those ideas.
Well, no, you had a good idea. But saying that we should pick him losing his job, that's the wrong one.
That's fine. If you want to target the family life, that is fine with me. That is why I posed the question.
Hey, Funky, you're just sitting there smelling.
Yeah, he looks he's uncomfortable. He looks uncomfortable every time the idea of the family's brought up, and he says, "I just don't know why we have to include, his wife and kids in any of it. I guess if that's the way that it has to go, then that's the way it has to go. But
the beauty of a blackmail is we don't actually have to destroy his life. We are just threatening to destroy his life."
Right. Sure. Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Unless of course he frags with us, then we frag him.
Right. Right. That's the part that makes me uncomfortable, I guess.
All right. So how do we set this up and prove to him that we mean business?
Well, he's spending a lot of time at work. We could try and find a way to make it look like he's not alone. Maybe there's an attractive new person there. We're able to manufacture video of her being with him.
Ooh, office romance?
Well, he's working 80 hours a week. Not every wife understands that that's actually working 80 hours a week.
I mean, this is the sixth world. 90 to 80 hours is pretty standard. But yes, their relationship...
I still doubt they accept it.
Yes, their relationship is rather strained already, as you've seen from the psychologist stuff that you got out of the host and the counseling.
Although that is pretty traditional, man cheating on wife at the office. If you want to go a little off the wall, that's something that's possible too.
Okay, look, pick something. What's the story? What's the story we're going to tell? We got to make something up, and then we got to make the evidence. We can forge it. We can do all of that. So what's it going to be?
Well, let's just go with traditional then. Let's make it look like he's having an office romance, and that's why he's at the office for 80 hours a week.
That could hurt. That could hit him in two places at once too. So.
All right. So, are we going to do anything fun, like he has sex with animals or something?
Oh. Is there likely to be any animals at his office?
Well, that doesn't matter. We got a whole treasure trove of resources we can bring in for this.
We need her to believe it's possible. And if he has shown no evidence in the past of that, I feel like he might be able to convince her better that it's all a hoax.
Okay, this is just going to be so boring, rehashing the same pornographic material again. Okay.
I have probably like quite a few stuff on my deck. If you wanna, we can use.
You start pulling up an AR, suddenly like feeds start pulling up around these AR menus of just different things.
We could
Well,
make it an office romance with a man or a woman with toys like this. And I throw some more images at him.
I was looking at this implant catalog, and there's amazing stuff you can get. We should just take some of this material. It's fascinating. What do you think, Funky?
I think anything. So I think animals. I think animals is not going to be like if you're wanting to go for something more guaranteed. I think animals is not going to be the way to go. I think you have to find someone, a person, if you're trying to hit the wife, right? Because I could imagine the wife shrugging off like, okay, I didn't realize he was into kinky stuff, but he is my husband, and I guess I can look past this. But if it's another person, if it's another woman, person, whatever, it's a little bit harder.
Maybe somebody she knows. Maybe she's somebody she's already jealous of.
Alright, so as Toasty's flying up these different like image feeds showing you all the stuff he's got downloaded in like his Cyberdecks probably have massive storage, right? He's like
giving you a bunch of malware on your decks as I do it.
It's like 100 terabytes of data that he's just throwing at you. You find one that's like, oh, this is pretty close to the way he looks like. And you're like, we just edited this file and put his face on that.
Well, hold on here. To do a good forgery, we actually have to put a little bit more work in it. Yes, you're right. You want one that looks like him, but you also need the other one. It needs to be reasonable. That could be really nice if we can find something that matches somebody else at work, right? Because it's got to be credible to him that he's at a real risk. Like, if it's one that looks like his boss or somebody else that he's actually working with. It's even better if it's someone that his wife would recognize as someone he works with.
And we should edit the timestamp so that it's a time when he's at work, and possibly even better, a time when she was unable to reach him when she was trying.
Oh yeah, so we're going to have to check that out, set up a good time for that. We're going to have to go research or find out who he's got at work. We've got to check out all of his possible partners real closely and see which one will make a good model for what we're going to create here. Yeah.
We weren't actually given a timeline by the J, were we?
Oh, you weren't, no.
All right. So, Funky, would you like to take on a task of surveying all these women at his work and picking a candidate for us?
Yeah, I can hang out around the workplace, sure.
All right. Yeah, you can find a couple of, part of your data search. You may have found a couple good mentions of female coworkers who've, they've all worked on projects together, and Funky or somebody can take you'll fly spy or some other little gadget, or just go look for a camera that's around the parking lot and try to keep an eye out for some good subjects.
Remember, we can work together. Now, I know how to do this forgery stuff. I can help you with
forging.
Okay. It's as if we're really very similar.
Yeah, you guys have worked together many occasions. You have many shared talents. You came out of the same tech school, even.
We could go into the host and download all the video feeds and see. Maybe we don't even have to manufacture it. Maybe it's already happening.
Oh, yeah, that'd be even better. And the real advantage, and should we tell Funky that one of the side things we could, if we have all this material about these women work, there's a market for that. It's like pay data. We could get a few $100 million a month selling some of this.
Oh yeah, well after the job's over, we're gonna have to, if it's legit, we're gonna have, if we actually find something true, we're gonna have to tell his wife, she deserves to know.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Well.
No.
Money's good.
That's all you get.
Funky
All
Town
right.
said forgetting his once he hears about extra money, forgetting his opposition to the family angle.
How quickly you forget what you were going for. Okay.
All right, let's do this. So, Funky, you take point on that. We can find other material. You know, we should maybe. Wow, I love when we start doing this stuff, looking into people's private lives and all the horrible things that they do. They're really terrible most of the time.
Aww.
I know I'm pretty terrible.
Well, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
And I'll throw some more VR porn at him. And this is my private collection.
You're gonna regret sending having given him your mark, so you can send messages in DNI, aren't you? You're gonna reject that mark pretty soon. Okay. So yeah. Good.
I'm gonna check out this host. That his Brackenhaven investment sounds like a nasty host, but I'm going to check it out.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll come
alright.
with you. Scout it out, see if I can at least get an idea of angles of entry.
Nothing beats teamwork. We should all work together on this.
Good.
You can be my agent.
All right. So, where does everyone live, and where are you hacking from?
I live in Everett because I live in Everett, and it always makes things easier.
All right, you live in Everett.
Funky Town lives in Renton.
You live in Renton. Probably similarly, now we're gonna say the Stall also lives in Everett, probably in the same apartment complex that Toasty does.
Oh no.
No?
Stahl is going to live in Tacoma.
Oh, he lives in Tacoma.
Stall-
He lives on the opposite
Doll's
end.
probably gonna be like, if I lived next to Toasty or Toast, I would probably end up getting raided by HRT eventually. So let's not live close to him.
At least whenever Toasty checks, Stahl lives far away, somewhere the other side of Seattle.
Okay. So just because we're doing a little bit of a workshop, thematically you may be encountering some static zones based on where you are. Nothing more than a normal city downtown at a 1, considering you all have data jacks. I assume Funky Town also has one. That
Ooh,
easily
I should
cancels
double
out
check.
any static noise. You should. Toast definitely has a data jack. It's important to deckers particularly. And most people have data jacks. So you easily can cancel out that noise there. Distance noise doesn't matter for hosts. They're floating around, and as long as you have access to it, some hosts are sometimes isolated to certain grids, and so you won't be able to get to them if you're not on the right grid. But this is one that is on the Emerald City grid, as are all of you guys. You can easily find the Brackenhaven investment host. It is a local corporate host. We're going to say that it's a rating 8.
Ah,
Okay.
ouch. That's a
So
nasty host.
All right. I have matrix security about the Emerald City grid.
Okay.
Do I know anything about this Brackhaven grid ahead of time?
Oh, absolutely. You're considering more about the host and its security, particularly?
Well,
Or just the
we're
company
we're
itself?
thinking about we're thinking about how we're gaining access. So I
Well,
might be able to use what?
I was gonna say, is the host? If I walk up to the host, does it invite a mark?
It does not. It appears to be one that you need to have authorization to enter. So when you're so this is how it would work. It asks for a mark from you. You give it your mark, and it spits it back at you and says no. The host is sculpted like a big, tall glass building. It's very shiny and beautiful. It's higher off the ground than the normal lowly host. Because it's Brackenhaven Investment, right? That's a big Seattle company. So it is sitting up there nice and high in all its gleaming glory, and it's got these lovely little those round rotating doors, and you go up to it and try to put your mark on it, and it just says no. Clearly only accepting marks and trading marks with people who are somehow associated with the host itself.
For about 30 to 45 seconds, Toast sits there and swears at it.
Okay. And the rest of while you're sitting there swearing, there's people in business suits and very professional attire coming in and out of it, looking at you, curious why you're kicking their building. What
They're
do
just
you know
looking
about the Brackhaven
them.
house? So it is a host that has this very stylized inside. You've seen pictures of it and what its sculpting looks like, and it looks sort of like a normal office building. Wide open cubicles though, and then only like the executives are in closed style offices. The entire thing has very muted tones of grays and beige and other such colors, and the only things that are brightly and in color are motivational posters that say like hang it in there and keep on rising, and it's a picture of a sunrise, just obnoxious things like that, as you do in corporations. So you would know with your matrix knowledge there about security in the Emerald City grid that the host has 2 standard security spiders roaming around at all times. There is also a technician that will log in if an alarm is triggered. But he does more of on-call work, so he's not going to be there on a regular basis unless he's needed. This host, because it's a financial host, it is loaded up with more lethal ice. It's probably not the first thing to launch, but it is there because they're really interested in keeping their security high, and they, how to put this nicely, they're willing to pay out the wrongful death lawsuits, particularly because it's not a private host, right? Or because it is a private host, it's not a library or something where everyone and kids come in and out. This is a host that typically you need authorization to be there, and if you're in there without authorization, they're going to do whatever they need to get you out, and it may not be nice. So they will hit hard and fast. You can do a matrix perception if you would like to get its stats. Now this is one of the things that I often don't ask for players to roll this out. Because again, we're not, like right now we're in legwork, we're not doing it. Matrix perception is not an illegal action. You're not accumulating Overwatch. You can sit there all day taking a -2 and just keep re-rolling and looking at it, right? So until you run out of dice. So as somebody, so as usually I look at somebody's sheet, as long as they didn't skimp on their computer and their intuition's not a 1, I will just let them have the common questions, which are always going to be the host rating, the attack, the sleaze, and the data processing. And even if you did skimp a little bit on your computer processing, as long as you can get 2 of those, you can usually guess what the other ones are, because it always follows a formula, right? So.
Yep.
So you're
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
I need a math processor for that.
So sorry.
Yep. I need a math CPU for that.
You need a math CPU. Okay, that's fair. You may ask Scory Spec runners to have a math CPU to do it. I would hope that you would give most of your runners should have no less than a 3 in logic. I would hope they'd be able to figure it out. But so this host has a rating of 8, an attack of 10, a sleaze of 9, data processing of 9, and a firewall of 11.
Oh my god. We are not going near this host alone. So stall choices. We either try and push our way through this massive host, or we attempt to go on site and get access to a device linked to the host, or we find somebody with access and get it from them.
Yeah. Rita, I'll get you a sheet in a minute. So I wanted to bring that up because you hit the nail on the head. Why throw such a massive host at runners as a GM? Well, one is it's a subtle way to say stay out. if they're trying
Subtle.
So yeah, a subtle way to stay out.
Was that firewall 11? We went, huh?
Right.
That's good. It's gonna squish us like a bug.
The other main reason to throw a high rating host at players is to force them to get an on-site connection, right? And so it's a good way to make the decker go on-site. Now, even a host this big, even if you do get on-site and you do get a connection to it that's direct, you probably don't want to stay in it very long because it's going to be mean when it starts rolling out the ice if it catches you.
Well,
Its
I'm
patrol
very
ice is going to find you pretty quick.
Well, because it's so big, the patrol ice is technically small, or it's going to take.
Oh, you're
longer
right.
than
You're
the
right.
other
That
ones.
actually reduces the amount of time.
Yeah, and it's really up to you guys. Typically, how I'll also roll my spiders, though, is my spiders are always just looking for. My two common things my spiders are looking for with Matrix Perception is either silently running icons, if it's in a host where there wouldn't normally be silently running icons, like a business host, or they're looking for attack attributes. Because your average wage slave doing work is not going to have an attack attribute. so
That's true.
So typically when my spiders are in there doing around, what I'm saying in my head is, oh, they're looking for silently running icons. Hey, I see one over there. You know, maybe it just could be Missy who's trying to go on Do Not Disturb while she's in a meeting, or more than likely, the next question will roll it again and be like, they have an attack attribute. They probably don't belong to be in here if they're not another spider like my buddy Joe over there.
Yeah, I was going to say you probably would register the other spider.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I ran up against a rating 8 host on a optimized decker with a technomancer assisting me, and it still was a matter of like 5 or 6 turns before I had to get GTFO.
Yeah, and I know there was somebody who was talking on Reddit because he had a home game where his team was wanting to do a decker and a technomancer. So throwing some of these higher rating hosts can be a good challenge for them, because if they get to where they're working in combo like a team, they can take bigger ones, right? Typically,
Suppression.
Suppression's
it's the magic
a great technomancer, and other than that, they're just, you can always have one who's doing attack and trying to take down the spiders in the ice while the other one's secretly getting the files, right? So that's that sort of combo you can do if you have that team set up. In a normal team where the decker is, probably it's just one person who's doing that kind of role, then definitely stick with the lower rating hosts so that they can get in there if you want to use a host in your runs. Is Spider's Perceptions rolling every pass? Yeah, so technically that's their job. That's what they're going to do. Spiders are also, for all intents and purposes, considered the owners of a host when they're logged into it. So a spider can do that Matrix Perception and roll it and say, hey, there's a silent icon over there. He can then tell the ice to go perceive it, like the patrol ice that normally isn't going to notice you. If he sees you, he can make the patrol ice go over there and look at you. He can also.
But you don't have to be running silent.
For what?
But you're probably going to have an attack action. You don't have to be running silent if you can.
Oh yeah, no, we'll talk about that too. Yeah. So this, I'm talking about more the common setup where you're going to go in running silent. Arguably, and this depends on a lot of GM fiat, I like the idea because the Matrix is so visual, and in many senses it's going to be just like Meatspace. If you spend time to observe a host, and especially if you can find a way to kind of legitly get in there, it's odd that placing a mark can be an illegal action, but having a mark is not illegal. And so once you get the mark on the host, it may appear that you have authorized use. And if you want to, and your GM's kind of cool with that kind of creativity, you can then switch from running silent, change your icon, look like everybody else, switch from running silent, and try to con and etiquette your way through the host, right? Like, just do like a normal social encounter.
Right. Like Funky Town has a corp background. He has lots of professional etiquette and bureaucratic and corporate knowledge and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. So
the only problem with that is that you're right. Most people won't have an attack attribute. So once they see that.
But even then, if you got some good con dice, and it's not, you can always try to go with the like, I work here.
Oh, I'm
the new Spider John, right? Starting in 2 days.
Oh, there you go. That's not bad. Okay.
But
But a lot of
I'm testing some new equipment for HQ.
yeah, or if if you're breaking in an SK host, it's well known those guys often like kind of sneaky around on each other and will like do audits on each other and stuff like that. So, or you're the new contractor coming in doing advising. So, you can definitely come up with those kind of lies if you've taken the time to build up, your face. And especially Cutting Aces put in some new cool stuff. I think is it an attribute that'll let you switch logic for charisma to do some actions or some social actions. So that the face and or the hacker actually tend to make really good like kind of hybrid classes, especially if you're a technomancer because you're already cheating with a high charisma for your attack rating.
Well, I'm from Department 8.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, you haven't heard of Department 8? Good.
Another fun one that's very characteristic of NeoNet is despite the fact that the icons tend to need to look like what they are and give you some idea of what they are based on their visual, but NeoNet breaks that all the time knowingly, and so their spiders may be a soccer ball at a soccer match, so it wouldn't be that weird, and that's in data trails. It wouldn't be that weird for to even use like wrapper or something to change your icon to be office equipment, and then the spider sees you running silent. Why is this lamp running silent in my host? And you could say, oh, I'm from NeoNet Corporate, right? We're doing an audit just to see how your security is doing, right? Like.
Can NeoNet break the whole your icon is generally supposed to be the size of a metahuman then?
They're not supposed to, but it is in data trails that is a thing they do. And if you have a concern, they have a hotline you can call. If you want to be traced, just
1-800-FRAG-OFF.
Yeah, just leave a complaint, and they'll reply to it. So definitely depending on what
We will find you.
Good.
We will find you and address your concerns.
Right, exactly. A good one I did to Forrest, who's one of our native technomancers. He was working for NeoNet for a time, and he was sitting at his desk, and his lamp got up, ran down the aisles, jumped over a cubicle, and he was like, "What was that?" And then he walked over there and followed his desk lamp, looked over the wall, looked down, and the lamp is there beating someone to death. And when it was done, the lamp turned back into a person icon and just walked out, walked out of the scene, right? And it was a spider who had been breaking the matrix for who knows how long, and that's his only question. Was the guy was like, "How long have you been a lamp on my desk?" And when he came back into work the next day, there was a lamp sitting on his desk, and he picked it up and threw it. So yeah, definitely, social, if you've got some social infiltration, that might be an option. It's a really good way then to get your face involved. If the decker can find a way to help the face get on the host, maybe the face is the one who's there covering for the decker being silent, right? And like, it can tell those kind of lies.
Assist too. They can always assist you with con if you have any ranks in it.
They can assist. They can do that. You'll notice that if you look at the pre-made demigods and things, they often have ranks in leadership and intimidation. One of my favorite things to do as a decker is if someone else fails a hack on the fly and I get them a message, get a mark on them, you only need one message to send one mark to send a message. So I'll send them an intimidating message back to them that just says like reboot, just to let them know that you have a mark on them now.
Uninstall.
Yeah, just uninstall.
The message should be, please wait patiently, we will be there momentarily.
That's another good one. Let me find you real quickly a sheet. Buddy, since you just showed up, you're welcome to be elite, our other decker.
Sure.
Where did I do with those? Oh, here, workshop. Just had our fourth to join us from lovely.
4 deckers, we could almost muscle through this thing, but it would take one or two of us with it, probably.
So let's see. Oh, there you are. I'm not looking for your big troll icon. So, I'm going to say for the purpose of this workshop, we're not going to attack the Rating 8 host. 100%, you can get through it with this many deckers. And it can be a lot of fun, especially for those, like, that idea of, like, there are entire Matrix gangs that roam around doing stuff like this, right? They just break into
And then
things.
there's the Foundation.
Yeah, there's Foundation, but there are a variety of, like, the Electric Knights and other gangs that this is all they do is roam around and just disrupt hosts and break things and stuff like that. So,
Because information should be free.
absolutely. I think that's more Stahl's line being the neo-anarchist, but yes.
That's both of our. We both got it. But
Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay.
There's a gang of all technomancers in Columbia, South Carolina.
There's a gang. Yeah, they're tribes. They're not gangs. They're tribes. It's different.
Well, they can call themselves what they want.
so I look at Stahl and I'm like, so unless you want to go and try and find a way into this thing, we're gonna have to manufacture the evidence.
Oh, okay. But we still need good material.
I agree. Like I said, our only two options really would be to go on site and hack into a device and leave our bodies there for some security guard to find, or find somebody with authorization and threaten them to pass it along to us.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Exile mysteriously joins. he logs in. I believe they are in a Moroccan host right now. Just hanging out, coming up with some brainstorming ideas.
Actually, we all went home.
Oh, you did go. Actually, now, not even that. You're outside of this Rating 8 host looking at it to try to decide what we're going to do about it.
I was swearing at it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
You're making me kick a bush.
you know, Toasty, if we had the whole gang here, this could be fun.
It could be fun. And think of all the information we could release.
Oh, we could dismantle the walls and let all of the creatures of information be free.
So, as you all are outside the host just regarding it, a persona just pops into existence next to you, and it's kind of like it's shimmering rainbows and crazy lights, and otherwise looks like a meta-human, but as if a person were a disco ball with a light show inside. And the persona just says, like, sup glitches. Trying to break into the
You're
house.
leading me, you bastard.
Deal with it.
Someone
Oh god, who's this guy? Where'd he come from?
YOLO.
It's a neonet stooge.
Nah, it ain't like that.
And I
Name's
do not-
Exile.
Do we recognize his icon?
You do. He's yet a third member of your party that you normally have.
That's what I thought.
I'm going to give you Forrest's icon for now, because he's the closest thing I have to a disco ball. Look at that lovely yellow suit.
It'd be like, did you accept the job there? Your character's name is Elite, right?
Exile.
Exile. Exile. You took the job too?
Nah, I just like breaking into shit.
I hear you that, but we're on the job.
Oh, all right. Want to hand?
Yeah, can you break into here and get
no
us
problem.
a whole bunch of information?
Sure. Wait right here. I'll be right back. And the persona disappears.
Just disappeared. So if you
I raise my eye at Stahl.
And the persona reappears a few seconds later, and then just starts handing out files.
What are the files? What do they look like? What do the files look like? What's your iconic
I will show you.
files?
Or the files just look like they look like kind of a manila file folder.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
very very official.
So he's gonna take your file and he's gonna
Oh
open
my
it.
God. Is this the little lock on them? You turn it over to open it, and that's what you see on the back.
Yep.
Is that your mark?
Yeah, sure. I like that.
right, good. Exile's mark in the Matrix is dick butt.
Yeah, I start swearing at Exile for about 30 seconds. But I'm smiling as I do it because it was funny.
Alright. Perfect.
Funky Town, by the way, is intently watching everyone because he's new to this whole thing and he's trying to figure out if this is what Shadowrunning is really all about.
Yeah, these guys are professional. Don't worry.
Okay, Deckers are often eccentric, especially when they have Code of Honor white hat.
That's right. You don't want to hurt other Deckers.
But we believe information is free, kind of thing. That kind of lends itself to being not a corporate stooge, which means you're probably a little. You don't have to be, but I say you're probably a little eccentric.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
say that's accurate.
Yes, the guy who showed up as a disco ball whose mark is dick butt might be a bit eccentric.
So after 30 seconds of swearing at you, he'll probably be like, that was pretty good. I liked it.
Okay.
And
So what's this job you guys are on, huh? What's going on?
we're trying to...
Oh,
is
okay.
Exile somebody I can trust?
Yes. Exile someone you've worked for before to see you are familiar with this person. He is good
Alright,
at his
this
job,
is-
if a bit eccentric.
All right,
Uh-huh.
Exile. Here's the real. I mean, somebody's going to pay us for something else, but I'm
Uh-huh.
using this as an opportunity
Uh-huh.
to help Toasty with
Uh-huh.
his porn addiction.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to take his entire porn library and edit it into something that'll be all the same. And this
Make
one
sure you keep a
particular
copy.
person-
Okay, I am reconfiguring for my Fireball in 9.
Okay.
And-
You moved your fireball.
and then we're going to show this to somebody to make them do what we want. Oh boy, yeah, you're right. We're going to figure out how to have a copy of all of that material, so that we can't lose it. But where Toasty can't get it.
I might not be able to find that porn again. Don't delete it.
Don't delete it. It's out there somewhere. Nothing's ever lost in the Matrix, you know.
That's true, but it can be rough. It can, you know how many hours and how long my AR hands get sore.
Not if you're Nova Hot like me.
You gotta go hot sim, and then you don't have any of those physical ailments.
Uh,
Meatspace is for losers anyway.
Yeah.
anyways, I feel like we could totally just spend the whole time talking.
So, you want to take all those porn files you got and some of the pictures you got, Mr. Goldman?
You need more? I got more. I got a whole supply if you need it. Just say the word.
You wanna
I got it all indexed, alphabetized.
Well, we
Let's go.
can't delete it. We have to keep it forever. So
Right. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
That's
it's
why I got
information.
everything.
Can't-
I got a
yeah, we
huge
can't
library.
delete
I've
nothing.
never gotten rid of anything.
No deleting anything.
Yeah.
Well, we could give it to someone to hold in trust. Hey,
you
you
gonna
know,
talk to an
you-
info haven and like who used to ask for
Hey.
porn?
Hey,
I know some guys.
maybe
In
we,
case I die, my mom finds my deck.
I just had a brilliant.
This is why Bull doesn't let you people on Jackpoint. Good?
What do you mean, Bull doesn't let me in Jack Point?
But,
So wait. Maybe we should just take all of Toasty's stuff and put it on this guy's comlink, and then not let him erase it, and say, "Hey, we're going to help your woman find it next time," and see if that works. Then we don't have to break into this host.
So who's this guy?
Yeah, breaking this host seems like a bad idea.
Well, I think we need at least. I'm not comfortable breaking a host unless there's at least a couple more of the gang here, because then I figure that's enough of you to be sacrificed so I can get away safely.
Whatever, man. You want to go
Oh,
on
I'm-
the host, I'm down, but if you're too scared, Just saying.
No, I'm not scared. It's just I'm in VR, so
Kind of
I'm
what it
faster.
sounded like. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well,
I think I've been challenged. I think we should actually break into this host now.
I'll race you.
no. If you break into that host, we are at risk of losing that enormous data store you have.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh wow, what if it bricks your deck?
I
Yeah,
can load
I got
up. I
backup
can load up
copies
cloud.
on
Take you
site.
forever to get it back repaired to get your
I
points.
told you, I know a guy.
I start loading up
for me.
Cloudless and sending that information to physical storage.
It will take you 50 years to complete uploading all the porn that you
And I just make it a background task.
Well, if we can find somebody who looks a lot like somebody he knows in the office, even better somebody she knows, and even better somebody that she's already jealous of, and make it look like they're having an office romance. Make sure the timestamp is sometime when he would be at the office. Even better, a timestamp where she could try to reach him but could not. That's kind of where I'm going with this.
Well, I mean, you have everything you need to do that. You guys have got tons of data you have downloaded and is prepared, and you just need to do a forgery check.
Let's not do it
and
outside of. Let's not forge stuff outside of Brackhaven Investments.
I love the idea that it's visual, so you guys just sit down in front of the door and start clipping out pieces of film and like trying to stick them together.
It's a porn party in front. It's a porn party in front of Brackhaven Investments.
Well, this is like a collage.
Mhm.
I am going to leave some choice videos on the wall
Okay.
that are playing in loops,
Okay.
just for shits and giggles.
Alright, you plaster the host.
It probably won't last long.
Yeah. Do you have,
And
Keep a copy because they're going to come and destroy that.
yeah,
it's true. Perhaps on the Emerald City Grid. Now, if you were on the Az,
I always have a copy.
If you were in Az Technologies, they would probably frame it because it will be a funny joke, and then 6 fronts from now, your deck's gonna be bricked by an angry demigod. Because their vengeance always comes back around when you least expect it. Az
So we'll go back to
Technologies,
Morocco.
Warriors. Sorry, good.
We're heading back to Morocco, Exile.
Alright.
Morocco. All right. Sounds good.
Guys, go back to your Morocco coffee shop.
His persona gets a fez.
Alright.
I think that's as far as either I or the character know. That's accurate. To the...
Sure, no, you can do a change icon and put a fez on.
Yep.
Absolutely. Or you can roll me a software. We can see how good your fez is.
Okay.
You start basically start knitting one in the matrix, however that works, and you build up a little fez. Software is
there it is.
12d6.
I see it.
14 if you're in Hot Sim.
Of course.
Yeah, you're that kind of decker. Alright. Your persona is just a little bit more vibrant and a little bit faster than all the others.
Oh yes, vibrant is certainly a word used to describe Exile's persona.
And with 4 hits, you get the best fez. It even plays a little music when you tap it, right?
Oh yes. Nice.
So let's work with this stuff and start forging something that looks pretty good. I for some reason I feel like you can all help with this. Unless somebody else wants to take the lead, and I'll help them.
Well, Toasty, you are obviously the expert in this material.
I have watched it all many times.
That's why you don't sleep. Do you have a sleep regulator to stay up?
I gotta get one. Can't afford it yet.
No, this is really easy. He has about
Long haul for
80
now.
arrow windows. He has this really cool feature. You guys got to learn it. He has about 80 arrow. Actually, it's a 80 by 80 grid of arrow windows, and each little window has a segment running. And what's really amazing is the overall thing is a recomposed scene of one of the ones in there. So
It's just
like
some-
all of the color codes. So you can either zoom in and look at one, or get the overall impression, which
we
is
have a
built up.
massive
Just, like,
mosaic of porn. Is that
Pouring all the way down. Like you can keep like zooming in on each individual one. And you find that the individual one is also itself composed of like 80 by 80 scenes.
Well, he hasn't quite figured out the recursion that he needs
Yeah.
to do that, but he's
Like-
working on it.
Fractal
I have a feeling
porn
that
collage.
anybody who runs a full Matrix run, a where they bring all deckers, is probably going to deal with internet porn theme at one time.
Hey, well, the last time I ran this job with people in Meatspace, in case you want to freelance out, maybe we can hire in a mage and a street sam the way they often hire in deckers in games. It was the mage using physical mask to look like the guy while the street sam recorded an event. We'll just leave it at that. That was a tough job on Small Change's part. An Arachne guy, I think Arachne even took a skill in amateur porn or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No,
But we don't need to do that because we all have forgery.
That's right. You got forgery in your deckers. You know how to make files. Who doesn't know how to
Oh.
Photoshop? Come on. Roll me that forgery.
Forgery goes with logic.
It's logic and forgery.
Alrighty, well, since if I am taking the lead, you guys roll first.
Forgery.
Keep up to a +2 because of your skill rating.
Yep, but all extra limit is always useful. Although it has no question mark for it has a question mark for the limit.
That is because forgery, if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
Exile's killing it so
so the
far.
reason that forgery has a question mark next to it is because the limit changes depending on what kind of forgery you're doing. So if
Video.
So in video it's probably going to be, I'm going to say it's going to be mental. But forgery can also be a physical limit if you're making, like, forging a signature or forging art, like you're forging something that's actually in the physical world. But typically if you're doing, like, messing with cred sticks or making e-docs, that's probably going to be a mental limit.
Okay, so I am going to.
Sorry?
Can you default on forgery?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's find me check out real
Can you
quick.
default on
You
a
can't default on forgery.
On a teamwork test, but on a teamwork test of forgery.
No,
Nope.
For some reason, I think you can't default on teamwork, can you?
Yeah, I don't think so.
you need the skill.
They get a +2 for VR because it is a test.
Do we get hot sim bonus?
I don't think you get a hot sim bonus for forgery. Technically not a matrix skill. But I brought it up in this example because I think forgery is vastly underused and it goes really well with deckers considering you have logic usually.
Well, I will do what most deckers do, and that is go through edge like candy.
Sorry, it actually, I believe, is a forgery and intuition test whenever you're making digital stuff.
That's a terrible roll.
That is a terrible roll. Well, why don't you look at it and tell me it's terrible, and then we try again?
I think. All right. This is real people tend to have the same skin tone across all of their limbs.
Like, you took like the porn film of an African American and you plastered on the face of the Caucasian dude you're talking about.
So I will. So are we using intuition then instead of logic?
Sorry, let me double check that. I believe it's logic for physical and it is intuition for digital stuff.
Doesn't matter for Exile.
Funky Town is, having no ability to help with this. He's, once the big giant porn forgery display got pulled out, he looked all around the Moroccan virtual bar they're in, and
I got
starts
more with my assist.
slinking down and looking uncomfortable as he assumes people are watching them all.
Oh, you want me? Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I was gonna assist you instead of you assisting me this time.
Yeah, they've got little 3D images in the center of your table, and they're slowly picking out pieces and trying to refit them together and plaster the face
So
over them.
take extra 2 dice, stall, and extra limit.
I do, buddy. Let me get that.
If she'll let you, you could just roll 2 more dice.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, and then get. if you want, you can edge.
All right.
7 more dice.
Well, no.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Forgery is you're creating a threshold. Now, how many tests did you actually get for it?
He got 5.
You got 5. So to beat that, it's going to be an perception test, and their threshold is 5.
I still say
I'm gonna
edge
go edge.
There's one thing I advise anybody creating a decker, and that is do not go with 1 edge.
Edge is the best.
You will cry.
I made you guys humans to start with, so you would have extra edge. Once you become more advanced in the Matrix, then you can start out with lower edge. There will be a rating 1 or 2.
Damn it. Okay,
No way.
well, I got one more.
Where is it?
Oh, wait, yeah.
You have 2
one
more dice you can roll because you didn't roll the assist, re-roll the assist dice.
No, I had a 10 dice pool. I got 5 successes, so I'm re-rolling 5 failures.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Is that what we're doing? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got 6. It's a threshold of 6.
That's what it looks like right now. So.
Now we need to take this and he also wants to, like I said, to make sure that the timestamp on the video is obviously not gonna throw us into a alibi situation.
Oh, that's totally in there. You see right here, you just drop it in and set the seed, and off you go. And I made sure not to use my Funky Town widget when doing this.
Totally have a lamp on there with a symbol dick butt on it.
All right, so we've got our forgery ready. You were supposed to turn that into the Johnson, and then she was going to do the next part. If you want to pass that along to your Johnson, you can.
Let me watch
We
that
call
first.
her up.
Let me watch it first.
Yeah, just to make sure, you know. Like
Well, I made a copy.
Okay, thanks. I'll take it.
Yeah, you can have a copy.
Yeah.
Everybody can have a copy.
You start passing out cops. You send a message to your
boy,
Johnson.
this quality means anything that's ever been on your deck, you can't get rid of it.
That's
Or
fine.
you have to make sure it's, oh boy.
Funky Town, are you watching this? What they've made?
Yeah, I'm, saying like, it looks pretty good with my, limited experience, but I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I say we hand that in.
All right. So you send a message to the Johnson, and then she says, "Send me the file." She trades marks with you, and one of you can send the file over to her.
I send the file with, and I highlight, or not highlight the video, but I send along a file that has the specific timestamps of when the good stuff happens.
Okay.
Look here and here and here for the good stuff.
Okay.
Well,
All of it's the good stuff, man.
All of
it.
it's the good stuff. So your Johnson in her kind of samurai getup will take your file. We'll do a quick examination, see if she, with her limited perception skill, can tell the difference. Don't give her 10 dice if she has a chance. Oh, she looks at it sideways.
That
and
was
back.
close. Good
She's
thing
like,
you've edged.
No, this looks like good quality. She's like, we're gonna take care of the next part. We'll be back in contact with you soon.
We are totally not getting another job from this Johnson.
For the you guys also will have made 2,500. She will set up a third-party escrow that you can then log into with your marks and get your money, your first half of the money. And
I made sure it didn't look like the Johnson, right?
yes,
Funky Town is actually the only one who might be playing this character later.
I assumed the Johnson was not the other person you were using. In fact, it probably looks like Exile, right? That's just convenient. You got him to
Well,
do all the poses for you.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I made that mistake once before. It was just kind of cruising along, and I was thinking, they have people in mind, and they just show up on the thing.
Mm.
And it was only later I realized why they look familiar.
Good, good. Okay.
And then I couldn't get rid of it.
We're getting close to our 2-hour mark, and we've made it halfway through, getting through some legwork and some ideas of what you could do for that part as a decker. So I think the main lesson I would highly suggest here is, unless it is going to be a game changer for your story, let your decker buy hits on hacking small things, whether it's a rating 2 host or a rating 3 comlink. It's probably not going to make or break the run. It will speed things up, and then the rest of the team will not be bored.
That is the biggest challenge for a game master, is doing matrix parts and still not making other people fall asleep.
Well, that's why that's really good. I mean, again, unless it just really doesn't fit your run, let people buy hits. Give them the information. Unless you're playing a street game, you are playing a professional level hacker, right? This is somebody who knows what they're doing. They're fairly advanced. They're not some noob cake sauce. Even though your player might be, who's never been in the Matrix before, the character knows what they're doing. So, keep things moving. Keep a fast pace at this point. Don't roll everything out if it's not going to have a big game impact. And the reason for that is we're gonna when we get into the second half, I'll show you like a fun way to start bringing stuff into the Matrix for like combat and things like that, and that saves you time then to put the decker actively doing things whenever combat rolls around, and keeps them in the group. You have something for that?
I don't need the Matrix to put players to sleep.
Yeah. You want to say something, Ace?
I was just gonna say counterpoint. If you do that, it makes sense. So I'm just being goofy, but counterpoint is you don't get amusing moments like Sparkles getting owned by the coffee pot maker.
Right, so there can be some fun spots like that definitely can be rather amusing. We had somebody hacking like meta links the other day or something, and the GM just consistently rolled 3s all across the board, and we were laughing because the decker just kept getting owned by this tiny thing. So there are moments for like that's fun, and definitely I would say the biggest thing is how you flip it. Do not just tell the person I'm letting you buy hits because like we don't want to bore everyone else. Say, no, you're a professional. You know what you're doing. You're good at your job. I'm going to let you buy the hits on this because you're awesome, right? So they can still feel like the decker is doing something useful, and it's because they've built a good character that you're letting this part move faster.
I had a rating 4 or 5 host own Sparkles too, and she's made pretty well too, so...
Yeah. And that stuff can happen, and sometimes it's worth it for the humor. And sometimes here's the thing I'll try to do is maybe the first time they try to hack that comm link, I'll roll it out, but then after that we'll let them buy hits on it after that, right? You kind of proven you're good at this, we'll move on.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just continually re-rolling stuff over and over in the moment. This is just a way to keep things moving faster so your other Meatspace characters don't check out. So yeah, let's take
to be fair, I just didn't own her, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't find any of the files she was looking for, and it had like 6 ice running around trying to find her, but they couldn't find her.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the problems. If you're in a longer home game, you got lots of time. It might be worth it still to roll that out, but consider what the other people are doing on the table. They may either think it's funny or they may start getting bored. And what you'll run into is if it's a small enough host, your decker might get owned by a coffee pot, or the patrol ice might see them. But by the time you spent 2 hours rolling on that out, it didn't have a big game impact, and it ended up the decker still kind of won the scene, or didn't have any lasting consequences. So it can be fun, but definitely don't let it go on too long and eat up a lot of your time, because then you're not going to have stuff for whatever else you had planned or the more interesting moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we were gonna take a break. Take a quick 5-minute break. We can still keep sitting here chatting if you're not going anywhere, but let's take a quick 5-minute break.
I'll stick around because I was gone for the first half anyway.
Yeah, I
I'm
think,
gonna grab a drink and check on my daughter.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll catch Exile up here. The job that you were hired to do is essentially you're working for someone who wants to get blackmail material and then force a hedge fund manager to launder money. And so you've created the blackmail material, you got that. The second half of the job is going to be monitor him, surveillance on him, stop him from doing anything foolish, while they give him some test money for him to launder to prove that he's going to do the thing they've asked.
So we're gonna kind of like be in the Matrix, keeping an eye on him, and if he goes to like send a message to someone saying like, "Oh, they're blackmailing me" or whatever, then we'll stop him and all that.
You're going to be in the meat world, keeping an eye
Oh,
on him.
meat world.
Yeah.
Is laundering money something that happens in the meat world?
So it may be in the Matrix that he's going to do stuff, but I'll get back to you on why we're doing it in the meat world. The idea behind this workshop was really to show you how Deckers can do things in the real world. And so besides just doing like a Matrix only run where you focus on Matrix characters, I'm trying to focus on ways to incorporate things into a normal run that a Decker can do and be an active part of the team without it slowing down the entire run and distracting from everyone else.
Yeah.
How to include
Matrix perception is a really bad one. When someone is like not on a time crunch, Matrix perception can take a long time if you have to roll it out every time.
Yeah, and Matrix perception is a perfect example of one that a lot of people don't understand. If it's within 100 meters, they just get it. And if
they're not running silent.
If they're not running silent, yeah. And then so it's a good one that you can just buy hits on. A lot of people will specialize in Matrix perception, or they do not skimp on computers because it's such a critical one. So, unless they're rolling up.
If you can't see it, you can't do anything with it.
Yeah, unless they're rolling against another deck or a Trans Avalon or something like that, Matrix perception is typically something they can just buy hits on. The flip side, again, it's legal, so it's not ticking up your Overwatch. Thematically, you could sit there doing it all day. If you want to use the roll it again effect, you can take a -2 and roll it several times before you run out of dice. So it's...
And I believe that anybody who is, say, anyone who's walking around completely illegal doesn't have a major reason to run silent.
Yes. Actually, really depending on where you're at, running silent will be suspicious in and of itself, right? Because you're supposed to be kind of walking around. We'll talk about that whenever everybody gets back. But it comes down also to the Matrix is a visual place. If you were walking down the street in Meatspace, everyone has AR up. You don't even see their physical bodies half the time. You're gonna see like their AR overlay or their persona on top of their normal bodies, right? If you're looking in AR, so you will somebody.
I don't know. It does if Knight Errant is riding around and they see somebody physically, but they don't see a pan for them, and they know that they're running silent, would they stop them and ask them questions?
That's going to be up to you and your scene. It's definitely reasonable, especially in a AAA zone or one of those higher AA zones, right? Because there is a lot more security. Now in a B zone and those things, there's not as much security. They're probably not going to care, right? They're going to be less interested in that. But I
just run into a lot of situations where everybody everywhere is always silent. Yeah, and it's like your Decker has to spend all those actions trying to find something to do.
Yeah, it's hands down suspicious to do it in a normal situation because everybody has a persona up. So to even like it mentions both in data trails and in core, for you to run a throwback or to not have your wireless running is a cultural statement. It's gonna have a stigma attached to you, and people are gonna think you're weird or outdated or any of those kind of things because everyone has AR up. What's wrong with you? Why do you not have AR up, right? So there's a lot of fluff to it behind that as well as just other mechanical reasons. And the other thing kind of goes back to similar to how you use perception in Meatspace, right? You shouldn't anyway. I guess you can if you'd like, but you shouldn't be making people roll perception to see a car, or even see a red car, but to see a car driving suspiciously. So that's what perception's for, right? It's picking out that little weird thing that's just a little bit different than everything else. And the same with the matrix. Like, doing a matrix perception is typically going to be trying to find kind of that needle in the haystack versus just, I'm within 100 meters of it. I can see a ton of icons. There's AR screens everywhere. There's car icons going down the street. There's drone icons in the sky, right? It's an extremely visual place.
It's probably extremely distracting, but the way our society is heading now, everybody's ADD anyways.
It's mechanically, it is distracting. A lot of people forget to do it, and I do it as well. If you have an AR feed up, which almost everyone is going to, it's a -2 to your perception check because of it being distracting. So
I never ran with that, so yeah.
Yeah, it's what it's supposed to be. Just because you're kind of being overloaded with so much stuff.
That's when you walk into the low-hanging sign because you're, this.
And somebody
But the sign also has an arrow.
Well, and here's a good example. So, in Cutting Aces, it talks about using an AR disguise. And so if some people are looking at AR and having AR, which most people will, you can put an AR, like, basically mask on to hide your face, because that's what people are going to see. You can actually use it for almost like disguise checks or to cover your identity. People put up AR wallpaper and things like that. So rather than paint an actual office building or put up posters, they have AR screens up. So it looks, as long as you have AR up, it looks real. It's not just like a weird overlay. It's actually there. You can see it. So think about like that. Think of like all the graphic icons and avatars we see on the screen. And that's what you're walking down the street seeing that, and it's all these people that it's our persona in the Matrix, what it looks like. And then you look over, and there's a weird, normal, average person. Because that weirdo doesn't have AR. Right? So that's why it might look weird to run silent or to...
That's also why, why like some of the clothes has increased social bonuses because they show a little bit more flair.
Exactly. There's a lot of different reasons kind of why people have fluffed that out. Some of it is that maybe some of them do say they have wireless bonuses, like they help with perspiration or odor things like that to actually make you seem nicer. Then there's a lot of people who run ads and stuff like that on their clothing, and it may also be just the tags, right? Like now, instead of your Calvin Klein tag being a name somewhere, it just is a tag that shows up like in your pan now, saying, "Look at this expensive thing I bought," right? I've got Armani, suit that I'm wearing, which can then help your social standing because it shows, well, wow, you buy expensive stuff, So, I mean, some of it usually just mechanically says social benefit, but what it's doing, that's all types of way to fluff that.
Alrighty.
But definitely you can have different types of clothing that actually will change what it looks like using the Matrix. What was I going to say? So yeah, make sure that people think that there's like a lot of icons around and they should see them. Matrix perception lets you do a lot of fun stuff. Even you can just look at somebody and see their comm code. There's no reason to ask for a girl's number at the bar anymore. You just can Matrix perception or default intuition. You can get her number. You don't need to ask. Privacy does not exist in the sixth world.
Instead you invite her to mark you.
Yeah, you send her an invite, Mark.
Baby, you want to mark me?
And I'll do another one of these. Hopefully, we'll dive more into hosts and talk a little bit more about hosts. I was wanting to do more of the Meatspace stuff right now and what it looks like, but yeah, that's a good one. Which makes it I've seen people try to do this before. They'll be like, I know what this guy's comlink number is. Can I use matrix perception to find him in this area? And the answer to that is yes and no. Technically, you can use matrix perception to find a comm code. So in theory, you could start matrix perceptioning every persona you see until you find the right one with the right comm code. But think about if you're in a mall and there's a host mall or something, and there's several hundred people in there, how long that might take you to make, even if you're buying hits and moving along every time. Like, it's not that you can't do it, it's just a little absurd. And usually how I visualize things in the Matrix when you talk about distance is if you can see somebody physically, and this is a little bit of motivation to get my deckers out of the van, if you can see somebody in Meatspace, I'll let you specifically like look for their icons, right? You're like, I see that guy, I see a gun on his hip, or I see that Matrix icon now, can I hack that? Absolutely. Versus if you're in VR passed out somewhere, then you're just going to see all these various personas around, right? And you might be able to pick out your team because you've seen them before. But who these other personas are may be difficult depending on where you're at, right? Tasers are legal, so you'd be like, I want to brick a taser, and be like, well, there's 3 security guards, your team has told you, and there's a dozen people in here with tasers. So, you know, and security guards don't have to be dressed like security guard personas. You know, they're often commonly for Renraku are samurais and things like that in their host, or they take a different, you know, persona flair depending on the host and sculpt it to them.
A little bit of problem though is you're probably going to be faster using fork and bricking all of them than trying to find the specific one you're looking for.
Well, okay, so yes, that's a way to go about it. The downside to bricking fork, or doing fork, as fun as it is, you are going to hit 40 Overwatch very quickly.
That's true.
So, and we'll get into, we're gonna brick some guns in like a combat scene later here. We'll show how that works. Because yes, I love to do that as well. But all the art you find often in the books, if you see like in the books there'd be a combat scene going on, it's always like a person who's hacking an AR in the middle of a firefight, right? And so like her teammates, these are the street Sam's fighting it out, and this Decker's over here messing in the Matrix, like trying to break his gun. So that's why I will often.
Although that's the direct way, there's often other ways you can do it by closing doors to, move people around. You know, you can do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to our next scenes.
I once took control of a car and had it drive into somebody.
That's a common way I think the Deckers kill people. So yeah, we'll definitely get to that. We're gonna do a combat scene, and we'll talk about giving things for your Decker to do, because it definitely, especially if you're doing, instead of using icons and stuff like that, can be hard to do theater of mind when you come around to the Decker's turn and you're like, what do you want to do? And you're just sitting there like, what can I do? Right? It's like, what do I see? The Decker's first question will usually be like, what do I see in the Matrix? So it's a little bit like their eyes are open. They can see a visual of all types of things. So you should have stuff ready to be like, oh, you see cyber eyes, you see guns, you see doors to the elevator, you see cars, you know, like give them lots of stuff to play with. I don't know if everyone's back yet. I think we're well past our 5 minute.
We are well past 5 minutes.
I'm here.
Who is that? Is that Funky Town?
Yep.
Yep. Stall, are you back?
Yes.
Alright, cool.
I am not stalling.
You're not stalling. So fun with matrix perception. It's definitely, there's that chart, and I have it on my cheat sheet, and I don't know exactly where it is in 5th edition. Does everybody know immediately? Does anybody have it on?
235 is the red chart
Thank
for matrix
you.
perception question.
Yes, 235. So it says
That's another good one.
the voice of God. Yeah, and this is not an exhaustive list. It's not meant to be this is the only thing you can ask, but it's just common questions that are super useful. And matrix perception is a defaultable ability. So if you have high mental stats, you can try to do it even without the skill. And then most people, for thematic reasons, probably should pick up 1 or 2 points in computers just because your life is surrounded by them. You've probably been using these in grade school, at least a little bit, right? Um, so even the face or somebody or the street Sam could do some matrix perception and maybe get some useful information out of it, particularly like a comm code. That's a great one for a face to use, right? It's somebody's comm code that you want to mess with later and call them. You could definitely do some of the stuff with like your Decker where you write up some software and then forge phone calls and spam somebody. A great vindictive thing is sign them up for something, right? Just sign them up for spam mail or sales calls. The presence of a data bomb on a file, edit file is itself is a legal action. Typically, though, you're going to see data bombs with an encryption. But just for safety, if you want, you can look to see if there's a data bomb on the file.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, kind of going back to that target's matrix attributes. If you ever question if somebody's a Decker or a Technomancer, and you see a persona standing there, ask if they have a programs loaded. Ask if they have attack attribute, right, or a sleaze attribute, and that'll help you get that immediate idea of whether or not this is somebody who does matrix security.
And you can matrix perception with a comlink, and most people don't skip on intuition, so it's actually not that difficult to do.
Right. So there's some creative stuff you can do with that. Even if it's just to find out the device rating of the comlink, that'll tell you something about it. This is right. If it's a device rating 2, that person might be poor or they're on a burner. But if they're using a device rating 5 or more, that person's got some money.
Right.
I always say a good thing to look for is wireless grenades.
Wireless grenades are a fun one. Yeah, see from that.
Yes. Stay far away from that person.
And even then, like usually you should be able to see this without asking most of the time. But one of the best ones is the type of icon. So you can actually ask if that's a persona, is that a device, is that a file. And you can ask if it's using a non-standard or legal look. So I was talking about that security spider who's in the matrix dressed like a lamp. You can use that to then be like, is that a spider? Why is that lamp walking? That's weird. So it's a good way to look for that kind of stuff. You may be a little bit kind of trying to cheese out or get a better type of what Johnson you are, but you can ask what grid the persona's on. So if you're having a meet with somebody, you might ask if they're on a global grid. They could have contacts to as technologies or something else, or at least be a fanboy, instead of being on the Emerald City grid. So stuff like that. And technically, you can also look for silently running icons. It might be harder if you don't have a lot of skill and they're a sleazed out Decker, but you can look for it. Marks on an icon is another really good one. If you have any reason to suspect that security spiders or somebody else is out there hacking you, look at yourself and look for unidentified marks or marks you don't recognize.
I often have my agent running in the background, watching for marks on myself or itself.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Deckers will do as like part of their Overwatch, or you can do it to yourself. Technically, I believe it's in data trails. There's a matrix action that you can actually try to track back a mark, but that's going to be something that you're going to probably be a matrix character to do that. If I remember right, I think it is just called track back, right?
Track back, yep.
Yeah,
that's the new data trails one.
On a grid and not inside of a host. And that's actually an extended computer and intuition test. Anywho, so some ideas for matrix perception.
So what is the Johnson, what's the Johnson's orders for after we give her the file and she accepts it and gives us our money?
Back to the run. Good call.
What?
We were doing a run. Uh, so, after you've given the blackmail, she taps you guys into a meeting in a host, and invites you there in a private, skeezy Bunraku parlor host. And you guys can enjoy. Some of you need to calm down. Go to the private room where she's told you to be. And there she is, joined with a few other personas. And one of them is this lovely gentleman in a suit, who you would suspect to be the person you have blackmailed. And she explains to him that they have this evidence. She shows the video that you have. He is not good at perception. He doesn't realize it's fabricated blackmail. It looks clear as day to him, though he does insist, that's not me. That's not me. She says, we don't care. She explains...
You need to work on your technique, bro.
Ms. Johnson explains to Evan Goldman that they are going to give him a deposit of 100,000 Nuyet. He needs to clean the money through his firm and then contact your team and hand off the cred stick. And he has 48 hours to do it. He's told not to do any silly moves or there will be consequences, and that your team is going to be watching him. She sends him a location where you will pick up the cred stick, and you guys are to meet there as well, so that you can start following this gentleman.
Did the information that we did the matrix search on for this guy and read about it back when we were doing the blackmail stuff and beforehand, is that enough? Was that enough information for me to have studied it and developed a profile of this guy? I have the profiler quality. I was curious if I could.
Absolutely. Yeah, all the information that you guys had previously, you would have plenty of information to do that with.
All right.
Mm-hmm. You have that in hand.
Is he physically going into Brackenhaven Investments to clean this money, or is he doing this digitally?
He does actually.
Or do I know?
He does physically go to the workplace. He will then work inside the host, but he does it from the building.
Okay, I have a something I want to do. I think Stahl will want to put a mark, hack on a fly and get a mark on our target's persona.
Okay.
Or whatever. I believe I will need to get 3 marks to have enough marks to tell it to invite marks from Exile, Funky Town, and Toast.
I believe that you can
Only an owner can do
invite
that.
Mark, yeah, if you're an owner. I just want to make sure that was the case.
Or a technomancer.
It's a different conversation. Yeah. So yes, an owner is typically actually 4 marks for mechanical purpose in decking. You can never get that 4th mark, but that's what the owner's status is.
Although you can spoof the, I believe you can spoof it to
yes.
I don't know.
That is also an option. So you can get one
To get a message from its owner saying to. It's one of those things that each GM is gonna probably do differently, but I have seen some GMs where say you can spoof a command from the owner to the device to hand out marks.
As far as I'm concerned, if you can get a mark on his persona, you can use the device then to spoof command and do invite mark.
I would like to do that.
Okay. This is another one that sometimes you'll see people use the program Bootstrap, which is kind of like a catch-all program that will let you do a lot of stuff if you're really creative and your GM is kind. And I have seen people who have done things like their condition they'll put into Bootstrap is basically do an invite mark the next time you reboot, and then they will force reboot the device, which you can do with
no.
marks.
It's totally a rootkit attack thing, yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So I'm gonna hack on the fly on him.
Okay.
can. What's my skill?
It should be 12, 14 for VR.
If you're on HotSim VR, then it'll be 14. But you do have also Code Slinger Hack on the Fly, which gives you an extra.
Ah, yeah, 16.
So you'll be 14 normally, 16 if you're in HotSim VR.
Oh, always hot sim.
Always HotSim. Okay. Alright. He's got a little fancier comm link.
I was gonna say you never check what comlink you.
It's okay.
I don't care. I'm going to roll edge for reroll failures for this.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, my limit is my what's the limit?
Your limit is
Set
going to be
Your-
your sleeve
All right. Yep. I'm going to reroll.
Okay.
So I'm a 7.
rating. Alright. He has
The
a-
defense rolls sometimes I get confused. It's like it's intuition plus
So
firewall.
yes.
But if your rating is higher, isn't it your rating plus firewall?
So it a little bit something depends. If somebody has a device, then it's typically just going to be device times 2. In the case like this, he is actually logged into it. So in that case, it's going to be his intuition. But I want to make sure I verify the rule, or if Todd's here, he can probably tell me for certain which one you use.
I just said back down.
Oh, okay. You defend with the higher of. So it would be
Yeah.
whatever is
Okay.
higher. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I
Which
checked
is
that.
often going to be 2 times rating if it's a good comlink.
Yeah, well, and even it's also going to depend too, as you as GMs, how you've statted out your NPCs. You know, for me, if I didn't take the time to spat out every NPC, I'm going to assume they're a 3 in their stat, which this guy has a device rating 5. So he's going to just let his device do the work, right? Definitely, if you want to keep things simpler as a GM, you can always just roll device rating times 2. Alright, you get a mark, and your Overwatch goes up 2 points.
Yep. So I'm going to spoof command for his persona, since I now have a mark, or can see a mark, have it. I can spoof being an owner, give the command to invite marks to exile, Funky Town, and toast.
Okay, that would probably
Toasted.
take 3 spoof commands since you're doing 3 different things. But
I'll
for this,
just do one of them at a time.
yeah, for this,
Down first.
I'm only gonna make you roll it once, because you're really not under a time crunch or anything like that. So.
So there's another question though. Wouldn't it be for the purposes of Overwatch score? Wouldn't this be a situation where you might not want them to buy it?
That's true. Yeah, definitely. Especially if he is planning to maintain those. That is a good point. Yeah. It definitely would.
And if you rolled really good on your 10 dice,
Mhm.
things could get nasty quick.
It's fair.
But I guess again that could depend on how much tension you want to create in a.
Exactly. And it also is a
scene.
case where you know, this was a good example actually I should have brought up. It's like ask Whisper or Stall, what's your end goal? If you just want to have marks on the device and watch it for long periods of time, or
No, the end goal is that actually all of us will end up having marks where we haven't done Overwatch, because now the device is going to invite marks from
Which means
exile.
that we're still legal.
They're
Yeah,
all
yeah.
legal.
So yeah. So,
We'll get legal marks.
so exactly. So while Stall might have to reboot to clear his Overwatch so he's not, you know, accumulating it over time because he started that clock, you guys will all 3 have legal marks. So
I have found a lot of
Okay.
variation for GMs on the spoof command,
Mhm.
though, because it is 1 mark required. A lot of GMs will not let you use it for such a involved matrix action. It's basically, you know,
Well, this particular thing requires you have 2, right? Because I can't do it for myself. But I could get away with it now I could go in and have marks and do the bootstrap program.
So yeah, the other thing you're doing, so you're basically pretending to be the owner sending the command. So
It's exactly how it reads, but a lot of GMs are going to have issues with you getting 1 mark and then being able to get 3 from that.
and that's up to that's up to
Yeah.
the GM at that point to draw that kind of line. I would say that normally the way I play with spoof command is that it's not necessarily something that the owner, if they're an observant owner, they might notice it's happened. Right, versus like, so if they actually take the time to look down and be like, why do I suddenly have open communication with these 3 people? You know, that wasn't intentional. But that a little bit is going to depend
that reboot.
Yeah, and so that I'll usually play it off depending on how observant my NPC was. My wage slave is probably not going to notice where my, security personnel
He's
might
distracted,
be more mindful for
probably.
that.
Hey, he's watching all this porn and it just loaded all this malware on.
Oh, you know what? And I take that back because here's why actually that doesn't work. This trick only works on devices and agents, not on ice, sprites, hosts, persona, or any other icons. So I take it back. Spoof wouldn't work because it's a persona.
Can I spoof?
That's why. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a little fun one because sometimes you'll see things, particularly more with technomancers, will say like this will work on a device. And there is another rule about how anything that works on a device will work on a persona, but spoof command specifically has a rule that counters that rule.
Which is exactly why, because it is kind of easy way.
Okay, hold on.
So sorry, it only applies to agents.
So you can do the bootstrap option then. That would be the other way. Bootstrap reboot.
I need a mark on his persona so I can imitate the owner, but I can spoof the comlink to invite marks.
Yes, but right now you're also in a host, and you only see his persona, not his device. So if you wanted to hack the device, in theory, you could do that. The big in-game reason why that will usually be difficult has to do with noise, right? And where you at.
Right, and we have to see where the device. We have to go find the device.
Yeah, so some GM may say that you can still do it, and then they may throw a noise penalty at you, and if you get enough dice, you can still do it. Fresnel fabric is one that people love to say will block the noise for this kind of distance thing, and I just always imagine a Decker then spinning in circles because you have to be pointing in the right direction to do it. So you're just like, is it this way? Is it this way? Is it this way?
when you're using a device like a comlink to interact with the matrix, though, that comlink's icon becomes your persona.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was. So how is it you're able to get
that's
marks
why,
on his persona?
like I said, it says in some of the other rules that if something can be done to a device, it can normally also be done on personas because of that. Now, in this case, though, spoof command specifically says it cannot be done on personas, right. Which is a little weird because it only works on device and agents are a persona. But
no, in this scenario, we were meeting his persona.
Right, you were meeting his
persona.
So.
Yeah, and his comlink's not there.
Right.
If we were meeting him in the street, then I would just target his comlink and do this.
Yeah, and that's a great case for it. In my games, I will often be like, you can see it, you're relatively close to it, you know the device is over there. Yeah, absolutely, you can throw something directly at the device.
All right. So, if I have, what do I need to do bootstrap?
Okay, so bootstrap is a fun
3 marks.
It's 3 marks?
You just needed to do a reboot device with your bootstrap loaded.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a reboot device action, but see, it's his persona again, right?
Yeah. So what reboot or what bootstrap will let you do is it's going to perform a hidden command on the next reboot. So a lot of people will load it up, and then what they will do is set up some type of task that's going to happen after that. So a good example is invite marks. And then if you force the reboot or wait for him to reboot, it's going to do that. Sorry?
Reboot said it only works on devices, but it doesn't specifically say it doesn't work on personas like the other one does.
Right, and so let me take a quick look at it, because this may be example where then you're falling under that rule where if it will work on a device, it will work on a persona. Which is the general rule, even though Spoof Command has a overriding one for that.
Well, I'm glad we're exercising these things.
I'm pretty sure
The other
you
way-
can reboot a device that is also a persona, like a comlink or a
Right.
cyberduck, because it even has a note in there that says that that you can't be link locked. Like the reboot can't be link locked. So
Yeah,
I mean
and
that
you-
implies to me a persona.
You also will suffer dump shock and things like that if you
Right.
somebody does.
So that implies that you could do it to a persona.
Oh yeah, if you reboot it right now, but if you wait for him to reboot it himself, then it will. Another option, if you don't have the device, is to trace his icon, follow it, device, and then hack his device, or use his device. I don't. Matrix is so open to GM decisions.
Well, no. Now we've discussed how Spoof Command work, right? I have his persona, so I should be able to go to 2 marks, run trace icon. That gives us physical location. Now I know his physical location. Presumably, that's also the device's location, and now we can spoof command to that there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's again, it's one of those situations where you're going to run into different GMs having different decisions on that one. I
Yeah.
think.
And Bootstrap
It's
and some of these actions like this are 100% just what the GM wants to allow you to do. And the Matrix especially is just a creative sandbox where it's the player and GM working together to create solutions.
I think I ran into it before when I was there. I was like, I'm going to spoof command to invite marks in there. And they're like, what? And I'm like, well, it only takes 1 mark to do it. And we had an argument for a little while. And then I was like, it's okay. We'll do it a different way.
But what you want to use for Bootstrap is actually the format device action. Where's that on here? Yeah, hack on the
Computer
fly.
full select.
Yep. So
So I'll need 3 marks for that.
yes, and so you only need 3 marks to do that.
So I have to hack on the fly some more to get more marks.
Yes, you already have
Okay.
1, so you need to do 2 more.
Exile tried to get 2 marks at once on the guy.
Oh,
Because why not?
you just want to roll some dice? Alright. Exile, your Overwatch goes up to 2. If you're running Baby Monitor, I'll tell you that.
I think so.
You got 2
I'm gonna-
marks, right? So you took the -4?
Yep.
Cool. Alright then.
But also edged it, so.
Who's doing it? Exile's doing it?
Yep, that was Exile
Okay.
got 2 marks.
Oh, I'm gonna
Um,
do reroll failures. That's a terrible roll.
We've all used so much edge already.
I'm gonna enroll, but you can reroll the
Ooh.
still.
Exile has 3 marks. Probably.
All right, there we go.
And for completeness sake, I guess, just in case it went without being said, Bootstrap is of course a program, so naturally you have to have
Yes.
it loaded. So
Yes. Yeah. It is a program. It is typically not a program I've ever seen used in combat. So, but it is a really creative one for.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably not
Actually,
going to
I
matter
have-
in most situations. So.
If you bootstrap something to reformat and then reboot it, it will lose all slave devices. They will no longer be attached to that comlink. They will no longer have its protection.
Yeah,
So
we're all nerds here. Like, think about what the word reformatting means. It's not just
it takes a while.
Yeah.
So usually, like if you say something is protected by a Fairlight Caliban, a bunch of things are. You can just reformat the Caliban using a reboot device, and then everything it was slaved to it is now pretty much defenseless.
On the other hand, if you have enough marks on the Caliban to do that, don't you just have?
Nope, because
Right.
it only goes uphill, not downhill. Say you're targeting a smart link that is slaved to the Caliban, you get a mark on the Caliban for every mark you get on the Smart Link, but for every mark you get on a Caliban does not give you marks on everything it's slave to.
Sure.
Everything that's slave to it.
Yeah, marks always go up
So
and down.
yeah.
So
So
for some
Cast
clarification, because
marks.
we got confused. Reboot device also cannot be done on personas unless you are the persona. So it's another one that's not necessarily offensive, but format device will do. Will rewrite the boot code, so the next time that it reboots and shut down, it will not come back up until they do an extended test to fix it. Bootstrap though
So-
stops that.
Wait,
oh,
did you
format
say
device.
you can't do reboot device on another person's device?
That's what it says. It works on devices.
Where does it say that?
It works on devices, not personas. It's on 242.
And
So
the fact that it says it works on devices, not personas, except for your own persona, makes me feel like, yeah, devices aren't directly linked to personas. Your device and your persona can be in two different places in the Matrix.
What does that look like? Because I always thought that your persona was basically your.
Yeah, so in the Matrix you can only run one persona at a time in the Matrix, and you can. So that's why some people argue whether or not this is true. In my mind, you can only be on the Matrix with like one comlink or one cyberdeck, and you can't do those weird slaving combos that some people try to do to cheese their way to more firewall. So whenever your device comes in, your persona does basically consume the device, and now you see a persona normally. However, and this is up to GM interpretation. Typically, if somebody is close enough that they can physically see or in proximity of someone's device, I'll usually let them hack that device directly because they can see that icon there. Instead of it being like right here, you guys are logged into a host, you don't see the device icon per se, you see a persona, right, who's logged in with that device. But that's a little bit up to teams.
Yeah. Would you allow like a trace icon and then you follow it to where the point you can see the device? But again, you might incur noise because it might be far away, but if you see the device in the Matrix, then you can hack it.
You're starting to get.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. You're starting to get a little bit then into the mechanics with private area networks.
I don't know. I've never had anyone actually do it, but
I would say
Well,
if it benefits your game, go for it. But sorry, go ahead. What's yours?
I think one thing I would definitely allow, and let's say we just did it now. We first met this guy with his persona.
Mm-hmm.
He's lying. Actually, Funky Town is doing this tonight. He's at home in his family. His comlink is obviously there.
Mm-hmm.
If we went and invaded his home and went up in his bedroom and saw his body there in his comlink, we could do whatever to his device right there, even though his persona may be at this meet. Because it's a physical device there, and I can detect it if I'm within 100 meters. So if you think about trace icon, even if I can't by the virtue of trace icon, I may know its physical location. I can always send a drone or a car or somebody else on the team, or find another way to get to something that allows me then to get at the device, know it physically, or just go there.
Yeah, I mean, so comlinks do have their own icons, so whenever he's not using it, it's gonna have an icon. So one thing you could do is trace the icon and go do a matrix reception, look for the comm code, trace the icon, go there, and if you're within 100 meters, start looking until you find the one you need, right?
mm-hmm.
The option, but again, it's kind of whatever helps you progress the story and things like that. This stuff especially tends to be more about doing legwork. So if you want to put those kind of barriers there, go for it. But I would say just let people do it, because it usually is going to progress your story to the next step, right? Sorry, we were going back to Bootstrap. We're still.
Exile is going to bootstrap. He got to 3 marks. We did the race to 3 marks, and he won.
What'd you get to 2 and he beat you? Well, he cheated. He edged trying to get
No,
2
no,
marks at once, didn't you?
No, that's not.
He went for it.
All right. So you got your 3 marks. Go ahead and do your computer plus logic
Okay.
in order to do a format device.
I don't even know. I think I popped in. We were like all in. I didn't know what like mode I was in.
I believe you said you were in hot sim all the time. So
You're right. I did.
yeah, you can be in hot sim. So it will be, you got Code Slinger hack on the fly for 2, you get hot sim for 2, and then you have your hacking at 12. So you're gonna be a total of 16.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
A hot sim for 2, regular pool for 12, and what was the other 2?
Regular pool is 12, and then you also have a quality that's very common for deckers called Code Slinger, and you have
But it's for hack
on the fly. Yeah. Oh,
I've
sorry.
already done
Yeah. No, death. This is not hacking on the fly. Sorry, we're doing format device. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
I'll just knock off the last 2, but it doesn't remove any hack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So yeah, you just get your +2 for being in hot sim and +2 for whatever. You got it. 14. Oh, alright, hold on. That's what happens when I take the time to look up rules while I'm in the middle of working. Okay. So so you successfully formatted the device. Your Overwatch didn't go up to anything because it failed its defense roll awfully.
Hell yeah.
And you were going to set it with Bootstrap to just basically the next time it reboots to send you marks.
3 marks each, I think.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah, we'll say you can do that in one shot.
Okay, cool.
Alright, so now instead of refusing to boot up, and next time it reboots, it's gonna send some marks to some personas off in the Matrix somewhere. Oh no! Excellent. Okay. That is done. He goes to bed at night, and at some point, he gets a software update, it reboots, and on the morrow, you guys get 3 marks each in the morning, legally.
Isn't it great to be legal?
It's so weird. Okay. So, also in this time, which I forgot to mention, you were supposed to do, this is why we didn't have to worry about the trace icon stuff. You were told you have to meet with him. So, you meet him at a physical space with your Johnson in real life. Contrary to what her figure showed you in the Matrix, she is a rather unattractive Japanese man. And, your quote-unquote Ms. Johnson gives a nice fat gold cred stick to Evan Goldman. It supposedly had 100K on it. He needs to launder the money, clean it, and then get it back to him in 48 hours. So you were there. You accompanied them to this job. You saw the comm link that lets you do all this stuff without us having to worry about devices. And, and that's where you're currently standing. Definitely, if you want to throw some intimidation out there, just take his comm link away and restart it. You want to?
I would like to try and put a tag on it, a stealth tag on it, but I don't have a stealth tag.
Oh no. Well, conveniently though,
Does he have any other devices? I'm gonna look at him.
Does he have any other devices?
He's got. I'm gonna tag his data jack.
Okay. That's not hard because you have marks on his comlink and stuff like that, so you can easily start getting to all the stuff in his pan if you want to start trying to tag it. If you do it illegally, naturally it's going to keep your Overwatch score ticking. But I mean, this is a good place where you could probably get the Street Sam to just use intimidation or your face to intimidate him to get him to invite you a mark, right? If we hadn't done the more hacky way.
What are we? Are we just? Do we just go with him? We have to monitor him somehow, right? Does he have cyber
Yeah.
eyes?
Oh, no, he doesn't have cyber eyes. He does have a data jack. You would imagine he has a little bit of a cerebral booster in there. Make him just a little bit smarter for his job.
Do you think I could have picked up a tag or two?
Yeah, sure, you can pick up a tag or two.
Okay.
Tag him.
I will try and put a stealth tag on him that is like under his jacket or somewhere where not noticeable.
Yeah, you can stick it right in his car or on his person. Just walk up and hit him on the back
Both.
of the shoulder. Yeah, just tag all
Yeah.
the things and track him. Alright, you do that. You can easily trace icon in those devices then. Alright, and
We can't go with him into the building, right?
I mean, unless you
Yeah.
feel like you can lie your way through that security, it would be tough.
My character wouldn't be able to.
We're all a bunch
I've
of
got-
internet nerds.
I've got etiquette.
Yeah, I've got 8 etiquette dice.
That's
No
fair.
con.
So
I can just politely request a tour.
let me pull up my.
If someday I expect to have a lot of money, like tomorrow. But
Okay, so what your surveillance, what you can do. So obviously, I didn't give some of you people this, but it may be something that Deckers commonly pick up, like a fly spy or something, right? Keep an eye on him. You have tags on him, so you can always trace his icons and know where he should be going. What else can we do? If we've got our electronic warfare and we didn't skimp on that, we can listen to his Maester traffic.
Yeah, you can turn on his comlink and listen.
With a good old snoop. So it may be worth it. And you guys currently have marks because you used some bootstrap on that, so you could do electronic warfare and set back up fly on the wall and just listen to his conversation and take turns doing that.
But if he screws the pooch, if nobody is there to stop him, nobody is there to stop him.
Yeah. So physically following him might be a good idea. That's why you all have an army of Coco taxis.
Funky Town has a
They're
minivan.
almost-
Oh, Funky Town's got a minivan. Go with the soccer mom. Do you have one of those little AR tags on the back of like the little stick figures of Happy Family?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah. Well, my wife drives it, so yeah.
Honey, I need to borrow the car. What do you need it for?
Yeah.
It's work stuff. Don't ask.
Oh yeah, we're having a
I need to go to a
party.
con.
And you didn't invite me? Oh my god!
Oh, it's a work function. You wouldn't like it.
Jerry's gonna be there. Yeah, you know, like
Yeah, you know how he's always
You
hitting
never
on-
invite me anywhere.
So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna fight.
No, not if you just let me take the minivan.
I feel like this is Funky Town trying to have an online
He's a-
conversation over the comlink with his wife, and these people are in the background like fighting by.
Yeah. Shh, quiet, guys, quiet.
Thought it was the sister wives.
Oh. Too good.
Toast is yelling at the bad drivers out the window.
Okay, alright. So we minivan it up instead of taking the old Coco taxis. We drive around. So this guy.
Well, we don't have spoof trips and stuff, so
Oh, that's okay. We're not worried about it. You're NPCs. You'll live to survive another day. You'll be fine. Like you took out you took the one legit runner's car. Good job. Alright, remember this guy's not to try any silly moves. Somebody go ahead and roll me up a Stoop command. That seems like a good idea. Suddenly Goldman's headed back to work after having had this meeting in the morning, and you guys are tracking him in a minivan like the secure professionals you are.
probably an A.
Funky Town will snoop it. He's feeling like he should finally contribute.
Alright,
well, you gave us a minivan.
yeah.
Yeah, you're
He's
not
getting
driving
anxious.
an
He sees
Asia?
all these other deckers doing awesome decking stuff, and he's like, I gotta do something here. I gotta show these guys what I'm made of.
You're the guy in the band because he just happens to have a car big enough for all the other instruments.
Yeah. I don't want these guys to think that's all I'm good for is the minivan. You said a Snoop, that's electronic warfare and intuition, right?
Electronic warfare and intuition.
In
Roll
between
11 dice for everything.
honey, don't forget to pick up the soy milk on your way home.
Add it to the grocery list.
Who do I got? I got Javes over here, me and Funky Town. Your Overwatch goes up by 2. Definitely start intercepting all the Matrix traffic going on in here. You get tons of stuff from his me feed. He's being tagged of having been at the social yesterday. He's getting an invite to go to his kid's birthday party, an e-invite. He's trading e-cards with his other child. His other child's requesting a genetically modified hamster that glows in the dark because he's scared. You know, all these important things. He's got a reminder to refill his prescription drugs, and then you see.
Ooh, what prescription drug?
Yeah, well, he's mistaking drugs for his anxiety. Sorry, that was probably covered while you weren't here. He's taking anxiety drugs. And then you get a suspicious message to an anonymous number.
Yeah,
Suspicious. He's receiving a suspicious message, or he's sending one?
Sending a message to a number saying that I'm under pressure to commit a crime. Please respond.
Data spikes. Data spikes. Data spikes.
Data spikes. That's one way to
Yep.
Reboot device.
Data spikes.
But we've already established you actually can't redo device. You're not the owner. No,
Well, Funky Town's gonna say.
You do have marks on the device, not just on the persona now. So.
Funky
Could
Town's.
filter his messages through us, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sending the stuff that I see, and Funky Town does perk up at that. You know, all that mundane stuff. He forgot for a moment that he was not, monitoring his own comlink traffic. But he sees that and he says, "Okay, it looks like our friend here might be getting a little brave."
Damn it, Excel. Stahl brought up a good point on page 242 of Core. There is a great uses of snooping, which goes beyond just eavesdropping. One of the things that you can do is note the person that they have called, or try to find them online with a matrix perception.
Did he actually make a call saying he was getting blackmailed?
He is sending a message to an anonymous tip line, quote unquote. If you want to try to find out who that is.
I want to.
But
Yeah,
some people
I
are
want to.
just throwing data spikes.
Yeah, I want to try and find out where this anonymous tip line is.
All right, you can do that, and I'm gonna tell you as soon as I just resolve the data spike thing.
Do you want to load up the thing that lets you get plus damage value for each mark you have? And
I'm not gonna need it.
because it's a data spike, he's going to full matrix defense you.
oh, you could get wrecked yourself, man. If she rolls really good.
Oh. He's going to edge it to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Only 5, so you get 2 net hits. Alright.
So I've got 3 marks, 2 net hits, so that's 8 plus my attack, which is my current configuration. It's the least one, so it's actually only 2.
That means you can only keep 2 hits.
Yep.
Wait, really?
Oh no. Sorry. I should have asked what your.
Have you not gone over a raise and limits yet?
We hadn't. They got a little before I was expecting to start throwing data spikes.
Can I?
We had talked about limits a little bit, but okay. No, this is a great lesson to learn. Then this is fun. Exile, in all of his excitement, forgets to do a free action to rearrange his deck. something a competent decker normally would, but we don't want to assume anything with Exile
What are you
here.
trying to say?
So, so if you only keep 2 hits out of those 7, I keep 3 out of my defense check. You take 1 box of unresisted matrix damage back at you, but the upside to failing an attack action is he doesn't know you did it.
Damn it.
So you,
I had
Don't
such
your,
a good roll.
your malicious code is thrown back at you. You'll take 1
I'm gonna
box of
retroactively,
Nope.
retroactively pre-edge. I have so many 6s though.
Funky Town sees the data spike fly out and almost goes like, "Oh, Drit!" And then he looks back at him and says, "You do know that you have to kind of like you're sending that out the wrong bus."
Kind of like, I like cut right up this awesome data spike, and then it just kind of like squirts out the wrong port, and I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, no,
Just falls out the back.
So suddenly he gets a little surge in his own machine. You guys all smell a little wisp of burnt plastic. It's like a little bit of matrix damage. Hits his
Damn
own
it.
back. If it wasn't clear what happened on the stream, he threw a really good data spike, but he had to change his attack array, so he only got to keep 2 hits. But other people are doing things.
You might want to reconfigure that. I used to work in support in my old job. I can I don't know if I can help you with that if you need it.
So Funky Town is snooping. He's getting some messages. There's a reply message coming back that says, "Come to the downtown office," and you see the cars start to kind of head toward the downtown.
I'm definitely going to do a matrix perception to see if I can trace that icon.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that, and then that in combination with Toasty. Toasty had a similar idea. I'll let you guys split the difference on that. You realize that it is a phone call that is going to the FBI Seattle Organized Crime Task Force. So there's a
Funky Town immediately gets nervous. He says, "Oh, Drek,
I'm gonna go VR and follow this place and look for where this message is likely to be held or received."
Sure. Yeah, the arrow that he has sent back that you guys have snooped on and could put that to use. He's headed now downtown to the FBI Task Force office, which is in the center of downtown. So there's a few things we could do here, because I want to talk about solutions to problems. And do you guys have any ideas? Just the ballpark stuff before we like.
Well, I want to get rid of this message or label it as a false message before he gets there.
So that would so I just want ballpark ideas so we can get like things that we can offer to our deck.
Yeah, that is something I've always wondered, is if it's possible to intercept messages before they actually get there if you're snooping.
No.
I don't.
I think. Well, I allowed it.
Yeah.
You can listen to view it. We don't have to do that. All we have to do is get Mark on the FBI host. We have a mark on him, and then we spoof command each of other of them cross.
Just
so we make
put
the
a mark on
FBI
the
think.
FBI house.
That'll be way easier than the investment firm.
Yep.
So,
and then you're just spoofing that you're spoofing him. Or actually, we don't have to do the host one, but we do need to make the FBI host think that maybe somebody else. We can pick some other poor victim to make it the originator of this call.
Okay, so before we actually jump on a plan, I wanted to throw a couple things out there. So Snoop, to answer your question, Bobby, is a little bit probably going to be up to you as the GM when you're playing. Snoop allows you to listen, view, or read this data live. So in theory, if you want to say that you have it just, a second before it actually hits, who it's going to, maybe you could try to intercept it. That's going to be kind of a fiat thing on your part. Certainly one of the things you could do is, now that you have the marks on a device, is then you can do spoof command, and you could send a follow-up message like, "My kid got my phone and it's all a lie," right?
I was going to say we should follow up with, because no one should have to do that with your mother.
Right? So you could try to do some stuff like that. Some other solutions we were kind of talking about, you could maybe send a command to him, changing where the arrow's at, and send him off course. You know, in theory, you could hack the car and send it somewhere else. So you have lots of options that you know, a smart
Send it
decker
into
and
a
a willing
wall.
GM could let you do.
And then
Yeah.
data spend it.
And
We
that
could
would-
continue to
Yeah.
trace and find the guy who sent it, and then just spoof his to send another command saying, "Oh wait, how about here instead?"
as Exile mentioned, you can always just start throwing data spikes and
Sure.
you know, if you
they-
want to drive up next to him, I guess in theory, and you're feeling really ambitious and want to cause a scene, you could jam signals and just shut the whole thing down, right? That's an area effect though, so beware of what's around you.
So is the arrow that he got, like, does the FBI agent own the arrow?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like the FBI agent has set the arrow and it's down somewhere there.
But it's like a thing that has the FBI dude as the owner. Like,
Yeah, so yes, that's how I'm playing it in this scene.
okay, so like we wouldn't be able to manipulate the arrow directly without some kind of marks on the FBI dude's comlink or whatever.
If you wanted to mess with the arrow, but again, it's also, this is going to his device and you have access to his device, so if you wanted to screw with how maybe that device is interpreting the arrow, or
Oh,
you know,
okay.
that might be something that you can do if the GM
Well,
is cool
I-
with it.
Okay.
But no, you guys had some good ideas, so we'll go back to that now that we've kind of just thrown out some ways and some things you can try to do to it.
Step one is troll the
I go
FBI.
VR and try and follow this message, and try and deal with it there.
Oh, are you going to try to trace the other comlink back and find out? Because that, I mean, the arrow is pointing to the FBI headquarters in downtown. You can reasonably assume this message is coming from somebody in the FBI headquarters downtown. What's your end goal here? Let me ask you.
Is to try and eliminate this message or alter it, or send another message saying that that it was a false.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could trace we got the message, we could trace that and find the location of the person who sent it. I mean, yeah, he might be at FBI headquarters, but maybe he's out eating lunch or something.
So, so did we determine that you can't spoof a message to another device?
You can
Is-
spoof a message from a device. You can't do it from a persona, but you have marks on this guy's comlinks, so you could probably spoof it.
okay.
Now, because you have a
Okay,
device.
yeah. So, I would say we should spoof a follow up message from his comlink, basically like making a joke, and then like he was basically crank calling the FBI.
Yeah, because that works.
They were.
I think it makes. I honestly think it makes. Probably might make more sense to spoof if we can spoof something. Oh wait, no, we just talked about that. Forget everything I just said.
I think it's probably well, it's worth a shot. What's the host look like for, or the device look like for the message where it was sent to?
The message will be sent to. It's going to be sent to a person in particular in this case. It's like he's been routed through an anonymous comlink, and now Detective Miller is answering.
I want to. Can I find Detective Miller's comlink?
Let's think about that. You guys were following this guy. Let's say he lives in Bellevue. Let's see. What do you think? Maybe you're within 10 meters. It'd be -3 noise, and you're driving through a Seattle sprawl. It'd be 4 noise.
And then basically what I'm thinking is we see through Snoop him send a message. I go limp and follow the message. Is what I'm saying. What I'm thinking.
Yeah. So this gets back into a little bit of It's easy to find his persona, right? Because you know he's talking to this guy and you've had that conversation. So how you get back to the device? Let me read that snoop box again. I feel like it said something about this. That's just noting the person, not necessarily the. It would normally take a matrix perception. But how you would find the device if you're not close to it, that might be tough. Because you're right now the device is being consumed by the persona. But like I said, if you want to do some other things, let me pull back up my list of what we can do. You can hack the car and diverge it. You can. What else we got?
Change the arrow.
Yeah, you have also, like I said, you have marks on the spoof command, or to that guy, to your target's device, so you can send a message to the FBI.
We'll give it a shot.
Well-
I would try and create a convincing message saying that somebody was playing a prank on him.
Okay.
I'm going to do a control device action.
Okay. You can do a control device action.
My control device action on our blackmail victims comlink is to have it have it now display all of these arrow windows of this blackmail pornography clip that we have just start popping up
Just in
all in his
like,
view
in
in
his
his
view.
in his head in
Nice.
his view.
His AR feed, that's a great, yeah, it's a great one. Yeah, control device was what I was thinking of earlier when we were talking about spoof command. Yeah, it will let you pretend to be the owner.
And I'll just do that because hey,
Well,
that should give him a hint that we're watching him.
Yeah, I mean, to correct myself, it doesn't exactly let you pretend to be an owner. It lets you do some more variety of things. Spoof command and control device often I get confused about. And both of them seem to be possibly to be used for either action depending on what you're going for in the GM. Alright, so it's electronic warfare and intuition.
Well, the fundamental thing about spoof command is you're pretending to be somebody else who has authority to get another thing to follow a command. Whereas control devices, I'm just issuing that command to his comlink.
Thank you. That is a good, better descriptor. All right, Toasty. Wait, that was Toasty who's doing that.
I just sent a message to the person he sent a message
Okay.
to, trying to get them to disregard what he had sent.
Okay. You send him a well-placed lie.
Because I'm good at lying.
Yeah. That would be a good one for con or forgery to come into effect.
Forgery maybe, but con not gonna do too well.
Not gonna do that. I didn't give you con skill. Stall, do you want to? I went and rolled your defense for that actually, but
Oh,
it will be electronic warfare and intuition for control device. Which for
electronic
Electronic
warfare
warfare should be a 6, I believe, and your intuition is a 4.
4.
And then +2 if you're in hot sim, not running cell.
Oh, this macro says input value and asks me for the skill.
The skill, just put whatever you want. I've changed my macros recently, so put, control device.
Oh, and free action mixture sleaze is my.
That's your top one, okay.
You trying to make a point? Let's go.
Alright, I'll discount the first one as the spoof scan, this will be the control of the
Yeah.
control device. There you go. You guys both get 3 Overwatch. You start doing illegal actions.
Yeah, and this is the fun now. Good thing we have 4 people, but let's not all get Overwatch at once. while we have the marks.
Just
God does scare me, bro.
No, I'm just imagining all of you rebooting without resetting the guy's device to re-invite marks.
Oh yeah, it's a one-trick pony. All right. So you send him that, and he suddenly gets suddenly scared, and you guys see his the car you were probably trailing some far back, and you're watching the trace icons from the stealth tags, and you see the car like pull off on an overpass, and you could intuitively think he's gonna probably turn around, having got the hint, if you will.
We like pull up next to him and all be unconscious and huts him, and then drive away.
No. Oh, but suddenly, after it starts to pull around and turn the other direction, you see the car veer off and pull into a parking garage.
I'll follow him.
Data
I
spike
assume
the
I'm
car.
driving the minivan.
Data spike the car.
You're probably driving the minivan.
He needs his comlink to get to work, probably.
But the car.
Okay, was the control device a sleeve? You did it as a sleaze action, even though we have the marks?
It is still a sleaze action. You do have the marks. It would be 3 marks normally to do it. You are sending out illegal actions. Just
I see what you're doing.
Make it.
He's trying to do it as a data processing instead of a...
Wait, what? Oh, I gotcha.
Because control device is a data processing action.
That's
So he
only
was
if
trying
it's legal. It depends if you're trying to do an illegal action or a legal action with the control device. It's also listed under sleaze for exactly that reason.
No, you can do sleaze or legal. I'm just asking.
Yeah. That is a good distinction. Alright, I'm gonna put you guys in the scene. As you start following into the parking lot in your lovely soccer mom minivan.
I assume everybody saw him send that message to the FBI. I say as a probably DNI action, and hopefully we set up a DNI.
I assumed you guys always had a DNI going, but correct me if I'm wrong. You also should have access to all of your tokens here. You should be able to move yourselves if I assign permissions correctly. Funky Town may be the only one I didn't. Alright, there you go. Funky Town, you're the guy with the SMG. I don't know what those tiny people are there. Okay, so via the stealth tags, you see this guy pull off and his car just go into the second level of this parking garage and stop. As you creep the minivan up the parking garage as well, you see if anyone is still conscious, I guess a lot of you were in hot sim, but if anyone's in VR, and even if you're not, if you're in the Matrix, you will see all these like ninja-like personas with, you see gun icons, and you see icons for, let's see what else they got, what all their equipment is. You see cyber eyes, you see guns, you see tags on a katana, you see gun icons that you would guess might be smart links, because these things stand out to you. And you see these ninja personas in the proximity of your beautiful target, whose car has now stopped running. And as you pull up in the Meatspace and you peek out your window, you see him being dragged out of a car.
Well, why would we need to look in Meatspace? We just use the vehicle sensors.
That works too.
And his comlink is showing him being dragged out.
Or if you have a fly spy, you might have some perception going on ahead of you before you arrived here. All good options.
And who knows, we could have hacked a grid guide.
Good luck with that. Definitely hack a car. So yeah, you see your target being physically pulled out of his car and being dragged over to another vehicle as if he's being accosted.
Physical world. Nothing I can do.
Well,
What'd you say?
I'm gonna brick the getaway vehicle.
Okay, you can do that.
Hang on. You throwing data spikes? Because I want in.
All right, we will let's roll the initiatives. If you click on your icon, you can roll your initiative.
I still can't click on an icon.
You should be the dude with the SMG and the beautiful green shirt. Right.
I can't click on it.
You can't click on it.
Shit.
It says controlled by
Um,
Funky Town.
Unless I need to refresh.
Do you have the little mouse icon selected in the upper left corner? Or are you using like the draw tool
Arrow?
currently, or the ruler?
No, I got the select move tool.
I'll click on it. Can you edit that where it says Funky Town? Can you edit that 0 and change it to a different number?
I don't have. If you're talking about in the turn order, I don't have Funky Town showing in my turn order. I might just need to refresh.
Might refresh. Yeah, because I added you to the turn order.
Oh, darn it.
Darn it. What's going on?
Well, I've got to do Matrix Initiative. It's
Yes.
totally different.
I was going to throw that out there for some of you rolling
yeah.
initiative. You may
Yeah.
want to do Matrix Initiative. Depending if you're in
I'm definitely an AR. Funky Town was driving. He's trying to drive safely.
Drive responsibly.
You can react faster if you're in Hot Sim VR.
I feel like
Die
Funky Town
faster
is,
too.
Yeah, Funky Town's dealing with all these like drugged up Matrix kids who are Matrix gangers. He's like this
Okay.
responsible dad who just got out of wage slave life. Like,
He's got a wife and kids to think about.
yeah.
Are a bunch of drugged up Matrix Shadowrunners exactly like a van full of kids being driven to soccer practice?
I think arguably yes.
They're all
Exactly.
unconscious playing video games.
And
We're
the way
all
you have to
unconscious
think about
playing.
that is you have to remain the aware and conscious responsible one.
He's got his both hands on the wheel. He's got his seatbelt done.
Okay.
The
VR
metal gum in.
is plus 2d6, right?
Yes, your total Matrix initiative for you guys is.
Don't you just straight up roll 4 dice for Hot Sim?
You're gonna roll 4 dice unless you have over. I forget what the bonus is. There is a bonus that will let you have 5.
It's a
otherwise you're just gonna roll 4.
processor.
Thank you. It's a processor.
I'm not really sure why it's still not letting me see my listing in the turn order, but I'll roll it, and you can just tell me when it's my turn.
Okay. Yeah, your initiative is going to be your intuition plus your data processing, and then 4d6. So consider your matrix array right now as we go into combat and what it's currently set at.
Okay.
Good advice.
Crap, that's like two.
So I'm sorry. Tell me once again what my. I mean, I'm an AR, so I guess that's just normal initiative.
No, we get plus.
Your AR initiative is just your Meatspace initiative, yes.
Yeah.
Which is fun.
Arguably at a -2 because he's distracted in AR.
Is it? I think that's only actions. I don't know that it's. I thought the -2 was only for perception checks.
I don't know. I never use it. I feel like everybody's accustomed to the AR in the 6th world.
Yeah, I think it's.
13.
It serves a purpose, but I don't know that I've ever seen a GM who actually uses it. I might use it if there's some like tense moment where you're in combat and trying to do a thing or it apply, but typically no, I don't. I don't use it either. Other than it is cool that technomancers get to ignore it, I suppose. But... Oh yeah, it's negative. Oop, no, that's something else. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's just your normal initiative. Fun stuff. You can blitz if you like to get that 5d6. It's a good way.
How did I end up at you at 25 still? Oh, you're not.
No, I re-rolled because I didn't do my data processing thing in the right
I didn't either. I just adjusted it.
Yeah, you can
Well,
do that as well.
I re-rolled. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I need one thing.
The exile is seized.
You see the initiative. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And for reference, a deck is set up as attack 8 boosted to 9 by overclocking. Sleeve
overclocking.
6,
Forgot about overclocking.
data processing 2, firewall 4.
Yes, I did give you overclocking, which will let you play with one Matrix Attribute. That is a thing. Also, just so I can make icons on my board for consideration, is anyone running silent? And if you want some space to write on the board to make it easier for you to remember your stats or something, go for it.
Well, I've got Hero Lab, but I just wanted to post it for reference.
Sure. Is anybody running silent?
Yeah, Funky Town would have been, since they were tailing that guy.
Okay.
I'm not.
I don't think I am, but I'm not sure. I know if I would or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, really, in character, I think if whether or not you run silent and how often has a lot to do with your character. So a very much traditional sleaze decker is gonna run silent. That's in a situation like this, they might be quiet. We kind of already had that conversation. I can't remember if you were here about when it thematically makes sense to run silent. If you're just walking down the street, it might not make sense. It may even be suspicious. If you're doing it in the Barrens, no one's probably gonna notice. So.
But we're downtown.
Yeah, you were headed into an area of downtown, but you are in a car, so I guess it would be very GM feed to whether or not Knight Errant somehow figures out that you're in the car and you're running silent. I'm not too worried about that.
I'm not really worried about the Knight Errant. It's really the lane for the multiple passengers thing.
Oh, you want to make the carpool lane? Yeah.
Yes. So to do that, you have to broadcast your plan.
But especially where you've been playing Exile, just randomly throwing data spikes and like that, he may be a decker who never really runs silent if it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't think he's running silent.
Because then you get that sweet +2 hot sim bonus that's not canceled by running silent.
Yeah. I don't think he's been running silent.
It's Stall and Toast. Are you running silent? I know it's Toast.
No, I'm probably not running silent.
You guys want that sweet carpool lane? Funny enough, your driver is the only one who is running silent.
He's surrounded by criminals. He doesn't want to get spotted right now.
Yeah. Fun thing, nobody has an agent, but agents also have their own pool when you're running silent. They are their own persona in the Matrix. So whenever you're in a host or somewhere and you're hacking and the security spider's rolling to see if he sees silent running icons, you gotta make 2 separate rolls. You gotta make one for your agent and one for you. Which can make for some fun play. Okay. So, you guys, let me make some more icons because I didn't really fluff them out very much. There should definitely be more goons here. We like goons,
more,
right? More goons! Let's get one more Blondie Gloon and one more, because there's lots of you guys, so. There's a ninja. There's goons. We'll just do even more goons. How about that? Make sure everybody's got some good goonness. Alright. Alright. There's a variety of cars and whatnot. This brings up, I didn't put other icons on the thing, but you should see a lot more stuff. You're probably going to see camera icons. You're probably going to see, lock icons. There's definitely the AR displays for the parking garages. There's probably even displays for what spots are empty, so you know where to park. Things like that. Definitely here would be a good one that there's probably doors that may or may not be lockable. There may or may not be an elevator that could be relevant. And this goes back to our lovely Sparkles when I asked her, what stuff would you like GMs to keep in mind? Another one she put in was a way to filter out the chaff, if you will. You guys are professional deckers, and you're used to doing this kind of thing. And even when the GM's not actively asking, are you doing matrix perceptions right now? You probably are, right? You're being cautious, you're being reasonable, you're probably keeping your eyes open. You definitely want to be able to tell, or will have been looking for icons. You're more interested in the icon that also has a gun icon than the person who has a shopping bag tags, right?
Okay.
So if it fits your scene where you maybe want to make it more difficult to find a certain target, you could do that. But I would definitely say in a combat situation like this, let it be easy for the decker to find the stuff that's relevant to the situation.
I've always been told to, if they actually are looking at the item that has the icon, then it's almost pretty much completely automatic.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not running silent. If they look at a gun in the Meatspace and it's not running silent, they've got the icon for the gun.
I like to do that especially a lot because, in my opinion, it encourages the decker to stay in the scene. That's really up to you and your style of running. Okay, anyway, you guys see like 8 goons. You see cars. There's definitely seems like there's 2 cars relevant to these guys. I forgot to roll the goons initiative. But what do you want to do? Let me do a quick roll. As the total thing you're not going to metagame does the thing that you don't know it's going to do, and it's going to roll a matrix perception. Looking for hidden icons.
Good thing none of us are hidden.
Oh, got that backwards. So Funky Town, I'm gonna need your logic and sleaze for a defense from matrix perception.
You want me to give that to you or roll it?
Go ahead and roll it. I am just rolling my macro. All right.
Logic and sleaze?
You are running silent, and he's doing a matrix
Right.
perception looking for hidden icons. So you need to roll your logic and sleaze as a defense test.
5. Eat it.
Boom. Okay. Now this is a good hidden roll. I like to do things in space. So you suddenly see this ganger-like icon come and stand right in front of you in the matrix. Purely as a matrix persona, as if he's just got big eye goggles and he has spotted you.
He's gonna have a bad day in a second.
Okay. You don't see him, so I'm just telling you
well,
what happens. He's actually
When I do see him, he's gonna regret it.
He's actually a silently running icon. So without your own matrix perception, you have no idea he spotted you per se, but I'm just telling you what's going on so you know what my strategy is. Go ahead and give it to me one more time as well.
There should be a re-roll button.
For this one, you don't need to reroll. Just do, oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't know if it works with the macros, to be honest.
It's
Yeah,
16. You can just...
If you hand type it, you can just hit up and enter in the chat box, but I don't think that works for macros.
Boo.
It might, but yeah.
Oh no! A totally another icon you do not see has spotted you. Okay, so that's their turn.
You thought running silent was such a good thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
They've also seen all of you, sure. Toast, go ahead and...
But they don't care about us because we're not running silent.
Well, you don't know that. They automatically see you. Go ahead. Oh, Toast, go ahead. What do you want to do? And I forgot to roll these guys' initiative.
Well, see.
Oh, sorry, you seized. Okay, well, those guys just did matrix perceptions anyway, so you really would be first, though.
Okay.
And
That's fine. I wasn't going to do anything with them anyway. I was just going to data spike one of the cars.
Of course you are. So, you could also, if you would like, use the program fork. You could load that in for a free action and
Yes, please.
throw data spikes at 2 different things.
I already have it loaded, so I'm going to data spike both cars. You said there's 2, right?
There are 2 cars, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. And
Alright, these are average
Oh, wow.
vehicles that are not slave
They
to
don't know.
anything. So I will tell you that they are device rating 2. They're only rolling 4 dice, but it's up to you if you want to reroll. Oh, you free-edged it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Alright, you will live with that. Vehicle defense.
So bad.
Aha! Alright, defense 2. So both the cars roll their defense.
Oh, god damn it.
Aha! So one of them you successfully get 2 net hits on, the other one manages, its tiny little vehicle defense manages to stop your attack.
Wow,
Upside,
19d6
upside when
exploding.
you tied with an attack action, doesn't do anything. So they don't know what happened, not the car's telling anybody, and no
Damn.
damage is taken
Dumb.
back. But you did get 2 net hits on the other one.
Okay.
So-
So I've got. Is that 11?
So you have
9
to-
attack plus 2 minutes.
Yep, your attack plus 2 hits. So be 11.
Should have been way more.
Alright.
Both of them.
You got the hammer program?
Oh, we didn't
No.
talk about the hammer program. Yes, hammer would be a program that will add an additional 2 for that.
As well as the encryption increases your attack, which also gives you more damage.
There you go.
Well, the ones that I had, the ones that came with it were fork, smoke and mirrors, and fly on the wall.
You weren't here when I told the other guys that we're just going to assume they have other programs. I didn't want to put them all in the file. So, yeah. So that would be a good one there. We can even pretend like you had hammer loaded up and you were ready to go. Another good action to take for this is either quick config or quality. Is quick config or perfect timing, which will let you then
Or
switch
both.
out. Or both. Yeah, usually, as Todd said, it's one. You usually take one at carriage and then you pick up the other one at some point. Every decker knows how to dance with perfect timing. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic. Every decker is an amazing dancer. It's just all in your mind.
They all just think they are. But either
Right.
way, typically a device like this doesn't have very good stats to begin with, so it doesn't take a ton of work to brick them. Their condition monitor is 8 plus their device rating divided by 2. Its device rating is a 2, so it's got 9 boxes. It's soaked 2 of it. You still bricked it. Car no
Nice.
longer works.
They should both be gone, but
One car was feeling lucky today, and it's not impressed. So you know what? We will say that car is bricked and no more. It's not going to function. Suddenly sparks start flying out of it, and there's this awful smell of smoke coming out of it.
Mhm.
Someone sighs angrily and starts yelling in Japanese. Toast, what do you want to do?
I went back to my sleeves layout because I was actually what I was on before. Can I see the icon? We're in an underground parking garage, right?
Absolutely. Mhm.
Is there a doors to this underground?
There are doors. Yes, they are open by default, but there are doors you can see, like here's a door, here's a door.
With a
This would have had one of those little, well, so this is how I like to handle this kind of situation. Tell me what you want to do, and then I'll tell you if the scene is there to help.
what I was thinking about is finding a way to close all the doors.
So the cars can't get out, or people can't get in and out?
Yeah, both.
Both? Okay. So there are doors in the stairwells where you could potentially hack that. There is also the option of there are spike strips across the parking garage. So they're currently in the down position. You could try to hack that and raise it up if you want to stop anyone from driving out. Those are some options.
Yeah, I'm gonna need 3 marks or to command device that to.
The spike strip to get it to rise up?
Yeah.
I would say this would be a case where, so yeah, one way I like to use control device is, so spoof command is pretty easy if you just want to send a one-shot command, but if you want to stay in control of that, that's where I like to use control device. So for that, we'll say,
I can see the spike strips
Yeah, you can see that.
icon.
Yeah, sure.
I will attempt to hack on the fly
Okay, do that.
to get 3 marks on them at once. That's -10.
Okay, 3x -10. There is a good quality for this called Go Big or Go Home that helps to reduce that.
12.
Control device usually requires
16.
the amount of marks it would require to do whatever action you're attempting to do. And
Yeah.
a good rule of thumb is wireless actions, as what I would suspect is what is sent to the spike strip, would be a single mark action.
You think
Since
so?
most
Yeah.
since most wireless actions are free actions, free action is the smallest of actions. It's 1 mark.
I was kind of going back and forth about that. I'll take a simple action. That sounds good.
As GMs, you can just use it to set the difficulty of the task. I mean, there's no
I
direct science
pre-edged.
to it.
I pre-edged using hot sim bonus and hack on Code Slinger and everything, and then -10.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna head for the 3 anyway. Let's see. This is a case where if you want to make it more difficult, you save it to host. If you don't want to make it more difficult, just use the device rating. I'm gonna stick with the device rating. We'll see. Corporate security devices are smart and a rating 3, so we'll try that. So we'll do defense, 6 dice. All right.
All right.
You
That's
get
my
3
turn.
marks. Okay. Because I have 3 deckers, I'm probably not going to remember to keep track of that, so you remember that you have 3 marks over there.
Yeah.
And I am also keeping track of your Overwatch, so if anyone has Baby Monitor and wants to know it, let me know. So, alright.
Let's get converged on in Funky Town's band.
Okay. Goons are acting. They're frantic, trying to figure out why one of their cars is suddenly smoking. Some of them are dragging Goldman. They're all pulling guns, readying weapons, and doing that kind of stuff, looking for a threat. They don't see anybody here. Actually, I take that back. They do see 3 personas, but probably for them, not having very good intuition or having the computer skill, they don't really have a good way to probably tell that you're the hackers causing problems, right? They don't have like hey, is there an attack rating? Who just did that?
We're just a soccer mom band.
Yeah.
With stick figures on the back.
Well, and not only that, my persona looks like one of those commuter dummies that people put in the car so they qualify for the lane without actually having a person in the car.
Yeah, you can do that with the Rapper program.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Rapper program is a fun program. Now, a matrix perception can identify that the icon is what it really should be, but it specifically says that you really need, the NPC or the person needs to have a good reason to be looking for that, right? So if it's just a passing casual glance, somebody's not staring at it. A security spider who's doing a diligent job looking at every icon for something weird might see it. But yeah, Rapper's a good one for that kind of program, that kind of action. For all that matters, you can make yourself look like, if you want to play Neonet style, you can be a soccer ball in the back of the soccer van, right? Like.
Yep.
So goons are doing goon stuff. Funky Town, what do you want to do? Or stall. Technically, it would be who goes first with the most edge, but Funky Town's first on my list, so I'm gonna do that.
Well, Funky Town's kind of seeing everything going on and trying to figure out what to do, and I guess he's going to take a matrix perception to see what he can figure out is going on.
Yeah.
To find something to do.
Sure. So keep in mind that because you're an AR, you're going to see lots of icons for all the stuff that's not running silent. So you're going to see all the personas for the goons, all the guns that they have associated with those icons. You see all the cars, the cameras, stuff like that. What's your end goal? Are you looking for the silently running icons? Are you looking?
That's what he's thinking.
Okay.
Is all he sees some stuff and it's being taken care of. Let's see if we can find something that's going on.
Yeah.
Else.
And for the transparency and sake of the stream and building stuff, what has happened is that a group of Yakuza, particularly their decker, has off-rooted this car and pulled it into the parking garage. So, and then now goons are jumping out and stealing somebody, right? So it would be a good suggestion to look for a silently running icons. Let's see.
I'm trying to make sure I've got it here. Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
3 hits.
3 hits.
I will edge that
Okay. You can
and
do.
roll 8 more dice.
And it was definitely your computers and intuition, and then you don't get the hot sim bonus because you're probably not in hot sim, and you're taking a -2 for
Nope.
running silent.
Right.
Cool. All
6.
right. 6. All right. And let's see. This is 10. I do this backwards every time. There we go. Alright, you do not see the one stealth icon. I'm rolling these out in the open. Normally I would do these as hidden rolls so you wouldn't know what was there. But you don't see the one icon at all. But you do see another icon that is running stealthily.
Jeez Louise.
You got 3 hits over him, so you can have 3 additional pieces of information.
What's his firewall?
Attack rating?
Attack rate. Firewall's a good one. His firewall is a 6. That's 1.
Yeah, does he have an attack rating?
His attack rating is an 8. Got 1 more piece of information.
Any suggestions for anybody have for me? It's the first time I've ever even played a Decker.
Is he allergic to data spikes?
He is in the Matrix. So I made the icon visible there, but technically only you can see it. So no one else gets to metagame.
You probably have to wait till your next turn. You just did a complex.
He's got one more action or one more question though, if you want.
Question.
You know, you could get another stat. You know he's
What
running
slave
silent.
to it?
You can ask.
What slave to him?
You can ask that. Another thing you can ask.
His last action.
Yeah, his last action's another good one.
I like that one. What was his
Programs
last
you were
action?
running, device rating. Okay, last action. His last action was a matrix perception.
Oh, I could have figured that one out.
You didn't know. Don't you metagame me. You didn't know he did it.
You're right. You're right. Now Funky Town knows.
But now Funky Town
Now he's
knows.
in for it.
Which is good because you might now reasonably assume like, oh shit, he's looking for me, right? Or he's looking for us, or you know, keeping an eye on.
Yeah, he'll quickly for a free action say over the DNI, I got a hacker here.
Now,
Got
see,
a car full of hackers.
technically, you did a complex action. You can't send a message because you don't have a simple action to send a short message, which I think isn't.
Well, I'm using my subvocal microphone.
Yeah, so
I'm speaking a message.
it's good because it does. Oh, sorry, you're also an AR though, so you do have a free action to send to the eye.
Yeah. So that's why I said that.
Yeah, and then I always play it that you can speak out louder than the Matrix or Meatspace for free action regardless. It's an audio place. Yes.
Fair enough.
Alright, you say, hey, there's a dude over there hiding. Or whatever it is you wanted to say.
No, right in front of me.
Right in front of you, yeah, that's right.
Right.
Because he's staring, and yeah, thematically he's now staring at you in the Matrix. You guys have just awkwardly faced off with each other, like, you. Stall.
It's for me?
Yeah, it's up to you, man.
Okay. Well, number one, you mentioned that there's these katanas or edge things that are got tags on them or something.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I have no idea how this is going to work, but I'm going to data spike that.
Well, okay.
Because I have this fear of being cut up into pieces.
So there is some fun flavor about that in the book, and I can't remember the exact page number, but it will note, like, you can brick a gun, and a gun won't fire. If you brick a katana, it still has an edge. So you may be able to stop a vibrating blade with the vibro swords or something, but they're still sharp.
That's okay. It's there. That's what I see. I just go, oh, I'm bricking that.
All right.
Now, hopefully, there's just one of them.
No, you see 8 katanas.
Oh, then plenty of targets.
Yeah. Load up.
So the first thing is I'll run configurator and completely flip, and wrapper goes away, and now it's all attack mode stuff because I'm really scared of sharp things.
Okay. I'm pulling out some icons to remember what.
That's
we
when
do.
you shoot them.
So I believe this is going to be a attack roll.
So you want to do some data spikes? Yeah, it is going to be cyber combat plus logic. You're not running silent, and you're in hot sim, so you get an extra 2 on that. So,
Yep, and I'm running hammer and decryption.
There you go.
And fork, so I got 2 targets. So that ends up, where's this sheet? It's going to end up pushing it 14, 15, 16, 17.
Funky Town, something to consider you might want to do. I was told that your initiative does not drop until the end of the round. You may want to full defense now while you still have the initiative.
That is awesome.
Oh, good call. How many? That takes.
It's a 10.
That take,
So
But I don't-
full matrix defense is a -10.
oh, I see. Okay. Well, then, yeah,
So
I can do that.
You'll sacrifice your pass on the next turn, but you will be then in full matrix defense. So.
Yeah, I would like to do that. Wait, hold on. Remind me what the consequences of full matrix defense. I can still attack, right?
Well,
Or I can't.
You
You'll
can if you have
actually-
actions, but you're not
can
going to
if
have
you
actions.
You won't have actions.
Oh,
but you could
okay.
still attack.
I can do on that I can on the next turn.
When we reroll combat initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next turn you won't be full defensing again, so...
And one of the cool
Got
things in the Matrix, though, if you full defense and they lose their attack roll, if you get net hits on them, they take unresisted Matrix damage back. So being a turtle is an effective strategy in the Matrix.
Is too effective, if you ask me. Yeah, so you're gonna do you have a chance of doing damage back at them without even having to attack.
That's a good point. I will do that.
Alright, you will do that. This is a good one where you can hint your players in with security design, right? So there are some hosts or spiders who may be hyper aggressive, and so they're going to throw data spikes. Other ones are going to do hack on the fly and try to trace icon and stuff like that. And you can even in data trails, if you look at the examples of statted out spiders and stuff, you'll see that some of them are set up to really do hack on the flies and probably do like covert quiet security, and other ones are just going to throw data spikes at you and try to kill you. So maybe hinting at the players who
if you full defense and they fail their hack on the fly, you get a mark on them, so it's a win-win.
No, you cannot full defense a hack on the fly. You can't full defense
you can't?
actions. Nope. You only can full defense attack actions.
Oh no, I mean full defense against their hack on the fly.
You cannot full
Hack on the fly
defense
is a sleaze action.
sleaze actions. You can
Yeah,
only do
sleaze.
stack actions. Okay.
That I didn't know.
Data spike. We're doing data spikes. Okay. Who were you hitting at? Sorry, the swords. The swords.
Yes,
Yep.
because I totally fear these swords. Actually, I want to see what happens.
You're bricking swords?
He's bricking swords. All right.
Oh.
There were sharp, pointy things. They were scary.
It's a data spike, so I approve.
And you forked it, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Even better.
I did probably. Yeah.
More better.
All right. I'm gonna assume these are really small tags. So you managed to brick the crap out of some tags on some swords. Your Overwatch is gonna go up. You don't know that because you're not watching Baby Monitor, but intuitively, being a decker, you probably have that idea. So you
Every
will have
time I do some.
Go ahead. You have 6 net hits and 4 net hits, provided you can keep all 6 with your attack rating. So you'll get, we'll just figure out one because you'll end up bricking it. But the first one, you get 6 net hits. If you keep all those, you get 6 for that. You also get 2 from hammer. and then your attack rating, whatever that is.
9.
9, so that's 8 plus 9, 17 that they need to resist damage. Needless to say, the tags are spiked. They just go up in a poof of smoke and a little bit of flame.
Well, I feel like I've done something totally useful here.
I think you have. Yes. They're never going to be able to find their sword now if you steal it. Alright. Toast, did you full my Trix defense?
No, I didn't. I took my -10 off already for myself.
Oh,
So you
that would
wouldn't have
explain-
to.
Okay, that would explain it. Be careful doing that on my table, because normally I have my API running and it does it automatically.
Oh, okay.
But that's fine. As long as you were keeping track of it whenever I try to screw you over. Alright. Funky Town, full defense, which was a good call, sir. Because I totally pulled out the wrong thing. Let me fix this really quick. That's useless to us. Alright. There we go. That's what I wanted. Alright. So, the thing that has seen you doesn't like you, and it is going to try to throw a data spike at you.
Let's go.
Alright, so you must defend with your intuition, and your firewall, and your willpower.
That's right.
And edge.
Bobby, I
Curious
expect
what-
you to never ask me whether or not you should pre-edge or post-edge.
I have to pull up my chart though, so
Alright, I'll link you your own video.
I don't want. Just link me the chart. I don't need the video.
I actually don't know this, as Mulder pointed out.
Well, interestingly enough, in my opinion, it changes drastically as a Matrix character versus any other role in the game.
I plan on redoing that whole video because when I did it, there's so much I didn't take into consideration. I am pre-edging, by the way.
Okay.
Isn't it? I mean, doesn't it just have to do with? I thought it just has to do with the basically the proportion of your dice pool versus your target.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's playing on the odds and how many dice you get by adding your edge value versus how many more guaranteed hits you get. And
Okay.
yeah,
So-
yeah.
You only tied him.
And this is a good question. So now, Funky, depending on how you're feeling, you you pre-edged it though, didn't you?
I used the push the limits macro
did,
you have in
yeah,
here.
right.
Did that work?
Yep, you pre-edged it. He doesn't hit you. You don't hit him back. Actually, technically, by the verse, you know nothing happened at all. At all. So don't metagame me.
Was it the secret silent man that did that?
It was, yeah, super secret silent man. You don't see, didn't do that.
Okay.
But suddenly you feel less lucky.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Now the guy you're staring at is going to try to do it to you. There's something
Goodness
similar
gracious.
But the bot-
once time.
You still get your full defense bonus.
Yes, you will still be in full defense. So let's see. He doesn't get that, but he does get +2.
Unless you want to spend an edge, though, you lose that.
You know, I only have one left. I need to save this.
Nah.
I'd use it, man. If you might be able to. Oh man, especially. Are we supposed to know what we get? Because with 7 hits, man, you're gonna have to.
I'm rolling it all out in the open so you know what my characters are doing. Normally I would do more of this behind the scenes, but I want everyone to know what's going on. So their hacker there, who's staring at you, Bobby, pulls out a shotgun and shoots you in the face. This is purely for thematics because it's an attack action. If he ends up failing it, you don't know that he tried to shoot you in the face. Which makes being the Matrix ends up being super weird, right? It's this really cool visual place, but it's also so quiet and covert, and you don't always know things are happening.
Oh my god. You're
No,
really
no.
bad.
Wow.
Yeah, that was with Edge too.
Okay.
That is a horrible
First of
roll.
all, it was a brute force action, so it's actually willpower times 2 plus firewall. Does that change
Oh.
your dice pool?
Let me make sure. Willpower times 2 plus firewall. Yes, that does.
And it's only ×2 because of the full matrix defense, right?
Right, so it's willpower plus firewall for brute force defense, and then another willpower because you're full defense.
Sure. You want me to re-roll that then?
Yeah, you can just go. No, I would
I
like
think
you
he
to
wants
actually
to
just.
re-roll it.
I'm not gonna let you re-roll it. Go ahead and just add the extra dice that you would have done. Just roll the extra.
No, it's taking away dice.
Oh, you're
So how do you want
taking
me-
away dice. Then that's fine. We'll leave it as it is. So if it's we'll
Okay.
leave it as is. I'm just making you keep it so that I can describe what happens with a brute force action.
Sure.
So, he did a brute force action. He gets a mark on you. You're essentially no longer running silent to him, even though he'd already seen you. And then he also has the option to deal matrix damage for every 2 net hits he got. So he got 7, you got 5. He can do, if I didn't do math wrong, he can do 2 matrix damage on you.
Yep, correct.
So you'll go ahead and try to defend that as normal, or defend against it as normal, and that is your device rating plus your firewall to try to soak that.
You said he got 7 hits versus 5?
Versus 2. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Bobby got 2. Yeah, Funky Town got 2. Brute Force guy got 7.
Yeah, actually, for failing your roll, that's a better one to fail.
Did you keep in mind how many hits the shotgun guy can keep?
Yes, he can keep them all. They know that. He has an attack rating of 8.
Ugh.
Alright.
We got 2 hits. Boom.
You got 2 hits. You successfully defended against the 2 matrix damage. However, he does have a mark on you. Again, you don't know that. I'm gonna say that his mark
It's not going to matter in a minute.
is this.
He doesn't know that?
scale. I take it back.
You have to look for marks. It's not
so-
automatic.
So here's what you would know.
I thought he does.
You would know that you have successfully you would know that you've been hit with an attack action.
Gotcha.
Arguably, it could have been a data spike, but it didn't hit you that hard. So there's some room if you want to try to fluff some logic in there. Some of the stuff, it's, is a little metagamey, but also you're playing a professional decker who has a 6 or some rank in cyber combat, right? He probably knows logically how some of this works.
Yeah, Funky Town used to be a spider on a host, and he specialized in anti-decking.
Yeah, so if you want to
So he would know,
he would know.
but he's not going to look anyway.
Yeah, if you, it's kind of like that thing, like when you fail a sleaze action, you don't necessarily know they got a mark on you, but you know, because you didn't get a mark on them, right? So to get rid of the mark later, if you'd like, you can do a race mark, or you can reboot.
I was gonna say you're in AR or whatever. You can easily just reboot your device or turn it off or whatever, and just start shooting your gun.
So nothing. It will take to the end of the next combat turn if you do a full reboot. So that's the only problem is it starts getting a little slow. But that's okay. And I'm cheating because I'm not keeping track of his Overwatch. So sorry, guys. Toast, it's your turn.
I do control device to eject the spike strip.
All right, you can control
Electronic warfare plus intuition.
Electronic warfare plus intuition.
Okay.
I think those were 3, so.
So 4, and that's 10. That's 12.
I'm just keeping track mostly for your Overwatch.
Okay. He ejects, and then I take a free action to. Anyway, I'm gonna take a free action change one of my programs or format, but you can move on, and I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You can change your program out. Exile, what do you want to do?
We still have another car, right?
There's a car here. There's guns. I'll throw you some other solutions when you got a big group like that. You know, what did we talk about? There, you can look for grenades. That might be running
I
silently.
feel like I'm not going to find any wireless grenades in this
Yeah,
one.
we kind of jumped straight into combat, but if you had a little bit more time, which arguably, especially if you're in Sim, you would have had to do thematically, you could take control of one of those cars and run those people over. That's a favorite thing of hackers to do, to take control of parked cars and
That does sound fun.
run people over.
Let's do that. Do I need? Let's see. So I would need. That's a control device.
You can either do a hack on the fly to get marks on the car, or brute force.
Well, but how many do I need for?
And then at that point you would do control device, which I would say would probably need 3 because it's usually a complex action to drive.
Complex, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you do control device, you use your own skill set, which is why I gave you guys pilot groundcraft.
Thanks.
If you pre-edge it and you are in hot sim and not silent, you will get 11 dice, so you don't have to figure it out. If you go for 3 marks at once.
Right.
Yeah. And we didn't talk about this too much. I gave you guys some simple set out character sheets. A typical Carrigen runner is going to have specializations, and you're going to optimize a little bit your qualities and stuff like that. So
you're going to use drugs.
Drugs, yeah. So a normal Carrigen runner is going to be rolling between 12 and possibly 16 or 18 dice, in their specialties, if they're doing hot sim and stuff too. So you would normally have a little higher pools.
So let's see.
So you got.
But I'm currently set up for.
Attack.
Yeah. So.
And do brute force.
Switch your sleeves and.
Brute force.
Brute force.
So you're not running silent anyway, right? Like.
He loses 2 from his code slinger though, but.
That's true. You would lose 2 from code slinger. An option. Okay. I picked code slinger and gave you that, but an option you could have done, especially for the way you're playing Exile a little more aggressive. You might have taken brute force as your code slinger option, right? If you had no interest in running around silent.
Right, which I would have, but that's not what I said.
The flip side too is this is why it's a little bit good if you have some time to find out what your device is, whether or not you would want to do this, right? Because right now I'm not saying the car's on slaved or anything, so it's rolling 4 dice. So even with 9, you have a superior advantage.
Uh-huh.
Alright. It got no marks.
Ooh, critical glitch, all ones.
Critical glitch, wow.
you are now the owner of this car.
Yes.
But now he doesn't want to crash it.
Right? But now I want to keep it.
Have you met Exile? Exile's gonna make it do donuts in the middle of this crowd.
We're gonna say you have ownership of that car. We're just gonna.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll move your icon so it makes sense here. Where are you? There. You now are the pride owner of this car. You won it in the Matrix sweepstakes.
Go ahead. Is there a screen that this is all happening on? I'm still at the
Is there what?
The starter screen. Are we somewhere else?
Oh my god. Why don't you guys I'm making you do all this theater of mind.
I had it in my head.
Cool ass map set up. And Excel probably recognizes this map.
I do too, yeah. From when I was just wandering by on the sidewalk and happened to get pulled.
I am so
not
bad
unlike
at
this
doing
product,
that.
but...
It's like, oh, you guys don't see the icons.
Coincidentally, I can select my
that makes
icon.
so much more sense now why you were struggling with your icon, because on the other screen is done. So yeah, now you see all these devices physically in the Matrix. It makes it so much easier.
Gotcha.
And Exile now has ownership of a car, accidentally. So an option here is you could deal the car 2 Matrix damage. Probably not what you're going for in this case, so you can opt not to do that. You still hear
No.
You having some issues? Mysterio? Toast.
Hello.
Hello. You
Okay,
back?
wow, that was some serious roboting.
Oh, sorry. Stall, you're gonna be the last person in this one, so what do you want to do? There are more sword tags.
Oh, I think I've realized that was very useless.
Okay.
We're over here somewhere.
Yeah, you guys are over here. I imagine the minivans over there. But that said, you guys are in the Matrix. You're sort of wherever you want to be, aren't you? You're off. You're actually on the Emerald City grid. The sky is green to you.
Okay. I'm gonna randomly fork the two nearest pieces of cyberware.
Okay. Absolutely. You see cyber eyes hanging out up there.
Nothing like exploding eyeballs.
Exploding eyeballs. Okay. Eyeballs are secured to Hermes icons. That's probably a bit much for the dice pools I gave you guys, so we're gonna go with a Renraku
Oops.
Sensei on that. I had these guys set it up for the last run I used them on. Defense!
Oh my god, I gotta reset.
Okay.
I'm reset Discord.
Okay, we'll be here when you get back.
What's oh god,
Okay.
the dice pool.
And you wanted to do data spikes?
Yeah.
Alright, you can do cyber combat plus logic, which is for you going to be 14 dice.
Yep.
Limited by
And
your
I've got
attack.
I've got hammer and
Your
decrypt.
decryption? Okay.
Decryption adds. Hammer just adds the damage, right?
Yeah, hammer just adds the damage.
All right.
And decryption just ups your attack tribute 1, so.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So you got 7. They both only got 2 hits, so you're gonna do a lot of damage.
so 5 net hits plus 9 base plus 2 for the hammer is 16.
16, and then yep, that sounds right. They are rolling not a whole lot to try to soak all that. Typically, when I get into intense combat, I usually just let it die, because it's very rare is it gonna keep it alive if it's goon stuff like this. Like they're only rolling 6 dice to try to defend against 16. I'm gonna assume you're gonna brick it. So, yeah. 2 cyber eyes are now bricked. These guys are blind. They cannot see. Let's do this icon for them. Alright. We are going to finish out this round, and then I'm probably going to start kind of fluffing it because we've been at this for a little while, and I don't want to keep everybody here real late. We had a lot of fun just role-playing before we got to the combat. So,
This combat's so different.
Yeah, data spike.
Now
is
I can
coming.
see the map.
Yeah, right. Data spike is coming toward Funky Town.
16.
Before you got here, I should have deleted some people. We don't need all these people.
Wait, you need to target rich
That was-
environment for my car.
Oh yeah, sorry. That is literally why I put some of those people there. Let's move them up here. There we go. We'll put these guys. Sorry, this was a data spike to Funky Town. Funky Town, I need your intuition plus your firewall plus your willpower.
Okay. Let's do this.
Ooh, well played. He will take 1
Nice.
unresisted matrix damage back to him.
Eat it!
Is the feedback always unresisted?
Yes, if you fail an attack action, it comes back unresisted. It's your bad code hits you back in the face. Upside is you don't know a data spike happened, and he doesn't feel like he's in trouble. It just hurts. Toast, you're next. Oh, Toast, I think, was bugged out for try to fix Discord. So if he's not back, we'll keep moving. Next guy's gonna do a matrix perception. He suddenly noticed that there's all these other hot sim like icons flying around, and just his buddy's gears getting bricked, and they're saying, "Hey, shit, our eyes don't work anymore. That sucks. Do something." So he's gonna take a look at one of these other icons and try to find out, particularly what the last matrix action was that you did. He would probably also ask, you know, maybe if you had an attack attribute or if you have any programs loaded up. And he knows it's probably not Funky Town. He's got that on lockdown. And Toast isn't here, so I'm gonna go with Stall on this one. Because he has a defense pool I can roll against. So he's just going to, oh, but wait, Stall is acting like a dummy, maybe with the wrapper program, so he has no reason to think the dummy.
Yeah, are you gonna tell me he's not attracted by the giant flashing pulsating persona sitting in the car?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna roll it out, but that's what he would be doing, right? He's gonna look for matrix perception to try to find who's attacking his buddies and who else might be involved in this fight, so that's his action. And I think we've only got one more guy who had a crazy 4 turns with his lucky hit. His lucky dice rolls. And since other dude has... Sorry, he wouldn't have had an action for that. So he's just gonna keep attacking Funky Town because he hasn't been told to do anything else. Sorry, buddy. Go
I
ahead
can
and roll
I can
this
deal with it.
again. Yeah, that was not a very good attack on his part. Alright, he takes another 2 matrix damage back to himself.
Keep it up, pal.
Not a good time, not a good time. Alright, we'll roll one more quick initiative, and then we'll try to wrap it up with some stuff. This icon that you guys totally don't know is there. I'm gonna move it to the token layer so I can roll my initiative easier. That's not right. Yeah, what do you got rolling on here? Oh, we got Tally, Funky Town. That's great. Hold on, we can put on some cool Matrix music. I got this in the background, right? Hopefully it's not too loud. This is good Matrix music. Maybe something Mohawk. This is labeled Mohawk Energy. Let's give it a try. I'm not gonna worry about rolling goons. Toast is not here right now. Exile, what was your initiative?
Well, it was 17, but I seized. Or, oh, we're rolling again, sorry.
We're rolling again. You're busy looking
Sorry.
at Tally.
I'm here. I just rolled earlier because I thought you were waiting for me.
Oh, that's okay.
Come
what was
on.
your initiative?
19.
Alright, 19 for Exile. Toast is 17. Okay, we're good. We're good. Back into passes. Alright. I got 2 for Stall. Let me hear that. I got it around the board? Alright. Okay. I'm gonna do another data spike to our good friend over there. Do you like to full defense again this pass?
Of course.
Alright. He wants to hit at someone else, but he hasn't been told to do anything else, unfortunately, yet. So it's back to you, buddy. Intuition plus firewall plus willpower.
Blech.
I need you to be bricked so that I can explain how hardware works. Thank you. Anyway. No. That sounded meaner than it was.
You can, believe it or not, I don't know if you're aware of this, you can't explain it without...
No, no, it's best to do by example. What the hell was I thought? Sorry, excuse me. Okay, 2 net hits, A plus attack program. That's 13. You need to resist. You are in AR, so at least it's not gonna hurt as much if you take it. So go ahead and
Yeah.
roll your device plus your willpower.
All right.
Device.
And my armor. Don't you forget.
Oh yes, if you have the armor program, feel free to roll that up. And I'm gonna wait till you roll to tell you whether or not he's rolling biofeedback. No, that's me.
Boom.
Alright.
I think my deck just exploded.
You take 10 matrix damage. Do you disappear from the network?
Hold on, I have to figure out. I
Hero
can't
Lab
remember.
should have it in the in play.
In
tab?
play.
Is that post editing?
Ooh, do you still have itch?
Nope. I used it all.
Alright.
Yeah, my deck exploded.
Alright, it explodes in some sparkles. Did you take hardware?
Yes, I have the hardware skill. I also have the golden screwdriver.
Ooh. You're suddenly really depressed, and then you pull the golden screwdriver out of the glove box, and you're so excited. You just got this off the Home Shopping Network. So Funky Town disappears from the Matrix, which means you'll take dump shock damage. You were in. No, you're not. You're in
AR.
AR. Never
I'm
mind.
in AR.
Yeah. Good call. Way
Funky Town uses the Matrix responsibly.
Way to play Matrix Tank. That guy is going to use a simple action. He is going to tell his partner in crime Persona, who's been doing the data spikes, hey, switch targets, knock out Stall over there. That guy who looks like Tron Swanson. He's causing some problems for me. It's gonna be it's gonna be background Stall.
I saw the picture, but I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah, that's Tron
awesome.
Swanson. Yeah, he's an NPC in my world. I don't think I've done runs with him yet, but he exists.
That's amazing.
Stall, are you here? Did we lose Stall?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. It's your turn.
How do I tell?
Well, in the initiative order, you got a 20, so you're next.
Not on the turn order sheet.
Oh, do you not see the top one right now on the turn order?
It's showing exile as top up for me.
Oh. Oh, really? Okay. Roll 20 has been broken all day, so just trust me when I say it's your turn, Stall.
Okay. Wow. There's so many things to data spike. It's really scary. So I'll just data spike the two. You know this. I know this doesn't help you when I spike the NPC's hardware, but I'm going to do it again anyway.
Don't spike my car, bro. Whatever you do.
How am I supposed to know your car?
Just assume that Exile is so good at decking that he now owns all the cars in the garage.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm going to re-roll failures. I've got 2 edge left.
Alright, we data spiking some more eyeballs.
So 7 total.
Alright.
Yep.
Ooh. That's okay. You got 7 total. So you still bricked them. Well, you still hit them with the data spike. Since
Yep.
you're all decked out and tacked out and these aren't big devices, you've probably bricked them. Like I said, this tends to be a spot where I just Yeah, you did. And we'll keep moving.
What
awesome.
happens when I brick them?
You brick them, sparks start flying out, there's a little bit of smoke, and it's just like, they maybe drop it because it's burning their hand. It definitely mentions in the book that this should be fluff.
They drop their eyes.
No, I forgot you're doing their eyes. For some reason I thought you were doing their guns. Yes, their eyes just fall out of their sockets. They're gonna have to see a cyber repairman.
Little like jets of flame shoot out of their pupils. Like,
They probably go black. It definitely mentions in the book when you brick devices, there's probably some thematics there, like smoke or sparks and stuff like that. It's usually not enough to do damage. Arguably, I think that would be a thing, like on a crit glitch, it might burst a cyber eye, right, and cause some physical damage. I think that'd be fair.
Well, now that their cyber eyes are all smoky and glitching and whatever, I mean, what can they do to repair or get them back?
So for cyber eyes in particular, they're probably gonna have to start doing go see a doc of some sort who has cyber technology and repair them. But that leads me to another suggestion I usually have for people who are designing this sort of counters. So you don't want the Matrix to be the solution to all the problems, right? And so what I will typically do with these type of goons, if they don't have cyber eyes per se, and you're just like bricking guns, is usually to make sure they always come equipped with like maybe an assault rifle or SMG, like a big gun, and then also have a sidearm like a pistol. So when you brick their SMG, they drop it and they draw their pistol, right? Or alternatively, you could do like a one gun and a melee weapon or unarmed combat would be another good one to use. And the big benefit there is, because you're normally not an entire team of deckers, your street Sam doesn't want to have, or your combat mage doesn't want to have the encounter denied to them, right? They don't want it to be like, oh, the decker took everyone out, now I'm going home, I don't get to roll my cool stuff. So it's having that secondary weapon to switch to that the decker can't necessarily get to, lets the decker feel valuable because he's bricking stuff and taking away some of the danger. But then they can draw a weapon and run into combat with the street Sam, and so you're not removing other people from combat.
They're weaker because of the decker, but they're not.
Exactly.
Done for.
Exactly. That's how I like to do it. It's a little harder when you're bricking cyber eyes, but arguably that's a great time to be like, well, they've studied ninjutsu and they actually have like the quality that makes it easier to do blind fighting, and and now they're running up and sword fighting without eyes.
Or just have them open their second set of cyber eyes.
Well, no. That's how they got cyber eyes in the first place. They plucked out their eyes, learned how to fight, and then put cyber eyes in.
So metal.
Yeah, somebody in chat asked a good question, and I'll cover it here too. Is if the decker's working with image link of a team, would that warn them have like that ability to target a specific device? And I would say be careful with this one as the GM, because if it makes sense and progresses your story and it's what you want to do, go for it. The only hazard I would see is a lot of people, for some reason, are always trying to avoid scenes and any possible danger. Like, I'm a scary Shadowrunner, but I want the security of a wage slave. I don't get it. So just maybe allow it, but be careful that it's not just being used so that the decker can always stay in the van and try to always avoid any possible danger to themselves, or something like that. So
it's way more interesting with the deckers there in person.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more fun. Some people definitely want to be the Van Decker and never leave, and it makes sense for some characters, especially if you're playing a character who's blind or paraplegic. Those kind of deckers, it makes sense that maybe they're not going to get in the scene, depending on where it's at. So you might want to give them a little bit more leeway to do the thing they want to do.
So now, when these ninja guys' eyes have been bricked, they can go get it repaired, right? It's matrix damage. It's not really full damage.
It is, it's matrix damage. So they can in universe go see a doc afterward with some cyber technology and roll up that repair skill. Absolutely. So yeah, that's that. Exile, you've got 3 marks on this car. What do you want to do?
So I'm going to try and do like a like put it in reverse
Mhm.
and do like a handbrake turn, like power slide, and try and wipe out as many of these guys as I can.
Okay. Go ahead
Uh,
and
Up to you, like what threshold that is.
yeah. Uh, I don't have my vehicle combat on there, so just go ahead and roll it up, and we'll judge you based on your hits.
Okay. I'm gonna pre-edge.
It's probably what, around a 3 or something. You've got good terrain and stuff.
Or
4, okay. We were leaving a
We're at, like,
threshold
a-
for that, so yeah, you just peel the car out driving backwards, and it's on the map layer, it just smashes into that support column back there. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've dinged the bumper. That sucks, but you did run over 3 people, which is nice.
Oh no! It like fishtails 90 degrees, so it kind of catches the front side with the door, and then like slams.
I'd say
It like caves on the driver's side door when it hits the column.
that woman is probably the one who even maybe sees it coming, and I would normally roll a surprise check to maybe she gets a chance to dive out of the way. Otherwise, the other 2 are creamed because they're blind, and they're like, "Where's that roaring engine?" Oh my god.
They just hear like a squeal of tires and then get flattened.
Toast, what do you want to do? You've upped the spike strip. It's looking dangerous to try to get out of here.
Am I aware that Funky Town just disappeared from the Matrix in a
Oh.
hostile way?
Oh yeah, you would have seen him right kind of next to you in the Matrix, and now he's gone. He's probably grunting and growling in the... No, you're not, because you were an AR. You took no damage. He's probably just swearing and then excited that he's going to get to use a golden screwdriver.
I just trying to figure out if I know there's hostile deckers here.
I think he told you there was hostile deckers. You can do a Matrix perception.
Okay.
Certainly did.
Yeah.
In that case, I will do a Matrix perception. Unfortunately, my limit right now is 4.
Computer plus intuition. You did have a free action to change it if you want.
Yeah. I think I might want to end up putting my firewall at 8, though.
Okay.
I'm going to... I got like 2 edge left.
Okay.
Might as well. Still wasn't that great.
It's alright.
I'm looking around. Who just knocked out my friend here?
Don't know.
Nobody.
That guy's not there. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. Who else we got over here? We got this guy who's 8 and 8. He's got 16.
6 dice on 10. Or 6 hits on 10
Nope,
dice.
you
Come
don't, you
on.
don't know what you're talking about. No,
Good
nobody here.
lord.
No one here.
That was complex. So I still am gonna raise my firewall.
Okay. And that is a thing too that deckers will often do if they have 2 free actions, or if they want to juggle it, you can combo it so that you switch your tech around to start with, do the thing you want to do, and then switch it around again at the end to go back into like a defensive mode. So let you optimize a little bit for your actions. So we're going into hour 5, so to kind of wrap this up, I'm going to switch to more of a narrative system, unless anybody wants or has more they want to do. But the guys in the other car are going to GTFO because they're losing this fight. They're going to pick up the blind dudes. They're going to leave the smears that are underneath the Exile's car. You guys can sweep in like pros and get back your extraction target. As they start to drive out, their tires are shredded from the raised spikes. Luckily, when you guys start to go out, Toast lowers them back down so that you're not gonna
Just go out the other exit.
yeah. They go out the other exit. Another thing that really is supposed to happen in the scene, but we're not going to get to it, is the FBI is incoming. So there might have been, if you guys got some Overwatch in between times, you might have been doing Matrix searches or keeping AR feeds open to like look for stuff like that. I see now FBI helicopters flying en route. You guys can escape with Goldman. Take him back to your Johnson. Say, look, here's the 100K he had. He tried to betray us. What a douche. She's gonna threaten him profusely. Probably remove a finger or two and make him regret it. So you guys will get paid your last 2,500 nuyen. I'll figure out some karma here in a minute. Is there any questions or anything about the scene or how we made this happen, or any comments?
Well, if they left a sword behind without one of those tags because I bricked it, I can get it, and they can't find it again.
Oh yeah, while your teammates are throwing Goldman into the car, you run over and grab one of this. It's covered in blood and underneath the car tire, but there is one there on the ground.
I just want to let it be known that Exile did not come out of VR to help drag Goldman into the van.
Okay, you're gonna stay on Matrix over a while.
Meatspace is beneath him.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's very much the attitude of a Decker. That's perfect. So this is like my favorite way to get the Decker involved in a combat scene. Like I said, I'll try to do another one where we talk a little bit more about going into hosts, and maybe doing some more of the sneaky stuff the Deckers will often do that is really good for more of the black tinge coat scenes. And because we want to fit in like a scene like this is why I really like to let users or players who haven't skimped on their character sheet to just buy hits early on and to help with some of the simple legwork. Because like rather than one person playing in a host and we roll that all out, now let's get to combat where the Street Sam gets to shoot something, the Decker gets to brick stuff, and everyone gets to play. Time flies when you're playing for 5 hours, yeah. Is there any other questions or anything you got?
So we were here in person in the van because it's more fun that way, right? But if we hadn't been, like if we had been elsewhere, just like in Hot Summer or whatever, we still could have done the same stuff, right?
Yeah, so here's kind of some of that. If you're within 100 meters, which is relatively close, you usually can do things like this from somewhere else. Like I said, noise is one of the big mechanics, and its purpose is a little bit to force the Decker or the Matrix character into the scene, right? Like it used to be back in the day in old editions, you literally plugged into something. And how do we do that now mechanically without that? Well, you enforce noise. So you're in a city sprawl noise, like this could be an example that always starts at a 1. Well, if we're in downtown, so now it's a commercial area in a city, that starts at 4. And that's before we add anything else like you're in a parking garage, which could have had wireless negation paint, or jam, you get behind some thick foliage. Will make it harder. So if you want to force the Decker to get closer, that's one of the ways to do it. Good.
Right.
Has anybody tried to access their wireless or make a phone call in a underground parking garage? Because it sucks.
Right?
Well,
Typically, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to point out the other thing with Deckers, riggers, technomancers who want to do things outside that 100-meter radius. It adds an extra step to no matter what you do, you have to somehow get yourself closer, or have a device get closer, or piggyback onto something that gets closer, or deal with noise. And whatever intermediate step is never as effective as you being within 100 meters.
Yeah. I mean, and the other big thing, too, is then you run the real risk of, the noise is the easy one for the GM to start dropping hints, get your butt in the scene. But there's risk being outside, too, because if the spider, instead of throwing, if he's throwing brute force on you, gets 2 marks or traces your icon, he can immediately call Knight Errant and say he's at this block over here, and now you may be kilometers away from your team, right? So now you're suddenly alone by yourself with an HDR team coming to find you, where your team is over here making a quick escape.
A classic meme in the game is the rigger or checker or technical person that's far away. If the opponents use magic and spirits with search power and track you down, and the spirit arrives and materializes on you, you're alone.
Yeah, I've seen that one used before. Another one, this is one I would say requires a little bit of fiat and you deciding how the world works. Technically, the owner of every device on a grid, or a person who has ownership to make, is the G-men, who are basically the Matrix-like detectives and cops. So there's a chance that they can, if they have some way in the universe to figure out immediately it's this device that's causing the problem, they can immediately trace your icon and tell, divert HDR teams, or if they can figure out your car is involved and it's not a throwback with manual override, they can just shut it down.
Is that not what convergence is, though?
No. So convergence is what will happen whenever you get to... So here's how I like to think about convergence. Is the Matrix is... Matrix hackers are everywhere. And I've worked in .coms for over 10 years. Websites are hacked all the time. Constantly.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason you have things like firewalls, right? Because you literally can't have a physical person do the work to stop it. You got to put in automated systems. So typically what a demigod is doing when convergence happens, in my mind, is just he's like, you're causing a problem, you're doing things that are illegal, I'm going to kick your ass off, I'm going to get your icon because they immediately know where your location, I'm going to send an HDR team to find, or yeah, HDR, I'm going to call the cops, send them to your location, and my job's done. But their number one priority is to protect their grid, right? So they're just trying to get you off. So, the same can be true for spiders in a host. A spider that's in a host may be wanting to trace your icon and find out where you are and file a report and send the police. Or they might just be throwing data spikes because, like, get the hell out of my host. This is a top secret host. You're not supposed to be here. I gotta protect the data here. And the longer you're in the host, the more edit file actions you can do. So some of that ends up being
to be
used.
fair, convergence is exceptionally different on the grid versus in a host.
Yes, it is. We're not going to talk too much about that, but yes, a convergence on a host, or in most of the time, in my mind, in a grid, it's more of like an automated process to just try to get the illegal action that's happening to stop immediately, right? Like a demigod is watching over millions of people on their grid. Do they have time to, spend hours looking for you? Probably not. They're probably just going to throw the damage for convergence out there. They're going to trace your icon, send that report off, and then move on because they've got another dozen people they need to go do this to, right? Like, that's how I see it.
Yeah.
Other people might feel a little bit differently, but in my mind, like I said, they're the top elites in the world. And so what? There's maybe thematically 1,000 of them per grid at most, trying to watch over millions of people, and any kid with that little like Radio Shack thing or a sleaze dongle can start doing illegal actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another reason not to just Spider, especially in a more of a public host like a movie theater or a library, wouldn't just start throwing data spikes, and the reason they don't run black ice is because then you have to pay for wrongful death lawsuits when that kid with the deck from Radio Shack runs up a convergence and you deploy black ice on them. That's gonna make for bad headlines. So yeah. And there's programs to help you with some of the convergence stuff too. Yeah, host convergence is way different, but either way, to me, like convergence is an automated process. It's not.
I think host convergence is much less lethal.
No, that really depends on the host. Like I said, are you in a rating 8 research host that's running black ice, or are you in a rating 4 public host that's, doing trace icon or running probe? That's a little bit depends there.
Oh, Mysterio, you say these things, and then I think someday it's like you're presenting a challenge.
Oh yeah. Sparkles brings up.
Are you saying I should?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, Sparkles got a point.
Brings up a point. if God shows up and like converges on you and you're on, wanted by God list, they may pay more attention to you. They may do a little bit
Yeah.
extra and note that in the report. And for GMs who are running consistent games, keep in mind too that this all goes in a file, and they are building a file on you just like any criminal. And so while you may not end up with wanted by God the first few times, the second time, the third time, by the fourth convergence, there's probably a G-man in a detective outfit who at that file who opens it up and be like, oh, this looks like the same MO every time, and they might spend a little extra time looking for you. Or send runners to extract you if you're really good at your job, right?
Well, doesn't. Yeah, it adds up eventually.
Yeah, it adds up.
Convergence is a way of, like, instead of, say, like, killing a Decker, it would also be an option for them to threaten the Decker. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in jail, or do you want to work for us?
Well, again, to me, like, convergence is an automated process, so you're probably not going to get that conversation. If you get caught multiple times and maybe a G-man has a file and catches up to you, that may be something they do. But the convergence thing really comes down to a lot more of helping build that tension, right? Like, you guys didn't get super far because I was rolling pretty low dice to you, but Stall got up to, like, 18 Overwatch. So if you're
I had 39 on... I had 39 on Sparkles the other day.
Yeah, so if you're, especially if you're in a combat scene like this, typically the guns are going to be slave to comlinks, or even the Decker's deck, if that's what you're doing, and you're throwing much higher numbers and you're building Overwatch faster. And if you're doing 2 devices at a time with Fork, you will very quickly climb to over 30, or like the 30 Overwatch, very quickly. And then you're at risk of, well, if you're with your team, you're giving your entire team's position away to God, right? Like, because they get an immediate trace icon on you. Even if they're not doing that, you might be running stealth or something to try to hide your location. So you're looking a little harder at your programs, like maybe I need to be careful about where I'm getting to, and you start having to consider, like, oh, is it time to reboot? And if I reboot, that's going to take me out of the combat scene as a Matrix character for almost, full combat turn, at least. So you start like, but that's a good time then to either I'm driving the vehicle or I've got a gun, I got a couple of pistol dice, I'll shoot, that's a good time to get in there, like in the Meatspace. And that's another reason to be on site with your team. Any other? Oh yeah, that's Trixsters out. The NSA offered jobs to many hackers. Yeah, it's quite. I know hackers. I am friends with one of the head of the hacker group here in town. So, and there's white hat hackers and stuff like that. So you may end up with a job offer if you're really good at your job.
Make it extracted.
Yeah, and SK might just hire you to test their systems. They're known in canon lore to hire runners to test their systems. And yeah, rebooting also affects your slave devices, especially if you're the Decker helping protect your team's devices, and you have to make that critical decision if you're gonna reboot. You're gonna, they're gonna lose that for a while, and if there's an enemy Decker, they're gonna start throwing data spikes, or potentially start throwing data spikes at your team's gear. And then if it starts getting bricked, now you've got like that hardware. You're happy you have the hardware skill because you're gonna be over there repairing the matrix damage on somebody's assault rifle. Any other questions you got? This was really hacking.
I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to just start throwing around data spikes as a GM because the whole turtle method is so effective.
The turtle method is really effective, but again, even if they're doing damage back, the upside is that not the upside. The upside for the enemy team is that they're doing less actions, right? Because they got to spend that -10. So it's not completely a bad thing. The other thing that the other thing you have to be really careful in the Matrix with a data spike is if you are a tricked out Decker and you hit somebody, it can be a one-shot kill. If in this case it was a one-shot brick for Funky Town because he was in AR and I wasn't running biofeedback, but if you run biofeedback as some of the statted out Deckers do in data trails, the higher ones, like you're gonna hit somebody for, what was it, potentially 13 matrix damage I hit with him, plus biofeedback. You can kill somebody in one shot, especially a low body deck.
Plus dump shock.
Plus, yeah, you're doing jump shock as well, and especially deckers who often body is one of the stats they skimp on in order to get higher mental stats, right? Heck, Sparkles being a pixie, one strong data spike will kill her.
Wait till you brick a living persona.
Yeah, that's another thing. You'll definitely kill Technomancers a lot easier. So it's something, another way to, if you really want, you have to be careful, you can fork a data spike between an agent and a decker and do that damage all goes to the same device. So you have to be careful with that. I would say Matrix damage is one of them that's a little bit harder to do 1 or 2 damage at a time. You're either going to hit somebody really hard if you're statted out for it, or you're probably not going to hit it all. Oh, I'm sorry. Pixie, Sparkles is a buff pixie, and she has a body of 2. So, I mean, some other things you might do if it makes sense for your NPCs besides data spikes is, crack file, brute force is a good one because you don't have to deal the damage, and if you do, it's going to be less than a data spike. You can do crash program, which is kind of fun. You just start taking all their programs down, and it can't be loaded back up until they reboot, so it's a way to knock some of those off. And then, like, depending on which statted out NPC or what you've made, you may switch to hack on the fly because that can't be full defensed. And so they're just rolling whatever they got. And then once you've done that, you can, have them, format their
Have them
device
data spike themselves.
Someone else has tried to mention that. I'm going to go with no, Scott. But you can trace icon. And that's something depending on the type of NPC you have going on. They might want to know your location so they can report it to the police, or if it's a Bunraku parlor by the Yakuza, they're probably not sending the police to your house, right? They're probably you're gonna end up with a hitman. So yeah, I think we covered a lot of stuff.
I try not to use hosts too often. I often try to use devices being like a security device or a RCC or something that's not a host, simply because they're not everywhere. They're expensive.
Yeah, hosts are thousands of them are grown every day. So hosts are extremely plentiful. Think of them like websites. You can find as many hosts as you can find websites on the internet. So they're easy to get. The flip side is that hosts are really, just think of them as buildings in the Matrix, and when would it be useful to use one? So if you're invading a corporation and you're going on site, there's probably a host. You're invading a parking garage, maybe there's a block host that multiple parking garages are tied to if you want to, but it starts getting a little weird, and then it's really easy to go on site and find a direct connection, and now you have an easy way into that host, and you can start screwing with all the parking garages. Definitely I try to avoid them a little bit in legwork, because you do end up often in that situation then where the Matrix character is doing something for an hour by themselves and everyone else is sitting around the table. It definitely doesn't have to be the way, like we discussed some of the ways you can bring in other team members to help with that. I use hosts a lot for corporations. I don't use them a lot for like little battles like this, but really hosts are easy to acquire. You just have to set up a shell corporation and you're good to go.
I seem to remember reading somewhere that they weren't cheap, but yeah.
They're not cheap, and most people will rent them. They're typically rented rather than built themselves. So they are definitely not cheap, but they are plentiful. So yeah, your mom and pop, your typical Baron's gang probably doesn't have one, but definitely any
Mom and pop Baron's gang.
your mom and pop Baron's gang might have one.
That is
Yeah.
we need to have a mom and pop Baron's game.
the big, I think that's called Papa Grizzly, right? The big, no, the big sort of syndicates and all those guys will have them. You know, corporations will have them. They're easy to find in Hero Lab. They're all in the encounter builder. It makes it really easy to pull one up on the fly. The other alternative is Data Trails. Data Trail has some that are listed out. It's really easy to just grab one of those and use it, and then resculpt it to whatever you want it to be. You can mix up its stats if you wanted to, but they're the ones I usually pick out when I need one immediately. But we'll talk about hosts next time. I think that's it. We can end this stream if nobody's got anything else.
I want to say thank you very much. It was very, very useful to go through a lot of these exercises with everybody here.
Sure.
I think it demonstrated a lot of great stuff for us.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try to do some more of it to help Roxit. And
Yeah, I like the
yeah.
educational runs. They're helpful.
The Matrix, I know a lot of people struggled with, so is one I want to do first. But me and Todd have ran these kind of scenarios over and over and over with each other for the Matrix and melee combat and all that stuff. So we'll try to do a few more like this so everybody can try different things. Yeah. All right. Well, I will end the stream and I will see you guys later.
Thank you.
You're welcome.